Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 the game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a route. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen, make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force a fumble, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
Purchase your track.
Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
Then I realized
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the free agency stream for 20.
The toughest part of Popeye's $5.
I apologize about the ads on YouTube. Sorry about that. The background noise. But we got a few press conferences to get through. We've got a Blueprints episode to get through, to react to, and we want to talk about the transactions that have gone on in the last month. I wanted to wait until free agency kind of calmed down before we started jumping into that. and that we had made pretty much all of our moves that we were going to make in the first 3 weeks before I jumped in with a stream. But I was not expecting the Blueprints episode to come out either, so we're going to react to that too. I saw that Blueprints episode about a week ago pop out, on their channel, so we're going to react to that too. But before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel, and for the Yahoo Sports app, keep pounding Fantasy Bowl League. If you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming experience as a content creator. Go check out Vinny's Pizza out in Duluth, Georgia for a delicious pizza. Best pizza in the Southeast, in my opinion. Don't take my word for it. Just go check it out for yourself. Also, Monster Grub and Sub. Huge shout out to them, as usual. For letting us stream in their restaurant. About 2 years ago, around training camp time. We appreciate that. Me and Blitz were there doing that. So, and also much love to them for hosting the C3 podcast as well, which we got to meet their members there before we reunited with them later on. So thank you so much to Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Get yourself a delicious sub in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Whether it's off season, regular season, playoff time, doesn't matter. It will satisfy your taste buds. The owner's a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi, and tell him we still love him. Also, shout out to Lids in the Haywood Ball for hooking me up with some awesome gear. Appreciate y'all. That I paid for, of course, but a Panthers rain jacket and a new Panthers t-shirt. So, much love to them. These guys are awesome. Love them to death. They really do put out some quality gear, and I find myself shopping in there every once in a while just to see what's there. And I heard that the regular size helmets are about $200, for the actual size helmets. So if you're looking for one of those to get signed, they have them. They also now have the black mini helmets again. So if you're looking to get those, they are there. That's where I got mine from. That's where I got my mini black helmet got signed by Bradley Bozeman. So very, very happy, to see those back in the store again. But let's get to it. So we've got some transactions going on with free agency. Let's go take a look. Let's see, where did we leave off? Yeah, these guys got signed to future contracts right here. Let me put it up on screen for you guys. I apologize. Just now seeing that. I didn't put it on screen for you, so let me do that. There we are. All right. So I think it would be best to start at 112 here with the transactions, because I think that's where we left off, and I didn't officially announce my reactions to those on stream. But we signed Detroit Carter, Shadiq Charles, Dan Chesnia, Montrell Johnson, Jamil Muhammad, Maz Maransa, Bryce Pierre, Jasim Reed, Damani Richardson, Anais Smith, Anthony Tyrus, Jacoby Windman, Jared Barlett, Tyler Funderbank, and that's a fun name to say, and Josiah Gray. To future contracts. So a couple of those could be bumped up to the 53. We will see how that rolls. We waived DeAnthony Bell. We signed corner Michael Reed to a future contract. In February, we were able to start re-signing people. So the first person that we signed back was our long snapper, J.J. Jensen. Welcome back on a 1-year contract. So excited to have him back. And that was my concern, was long snapper, because that's why we made it a priority. I was just discussing that with my team about a month ago about how you're not seeing many long snappers on the list as far as like draftable long snappers. So, I mean, every year you're going to see maybe up to 3, but that's really it that comes to the draft. And it's kind of like a position that's kind of slowed down a little bit over the years. But I just wanted to mention that is a possible concern in the future when you're trying to sign a younger long snapper. So if more than a few teams have an issue with that, trying to find a long snapper, and there's not enough draftable long snappers, free agency is going to be a tough thing. So you got to jump on that quickly. So I like that move, to get JJ back. He's young. He's a good. He's the oldest long snapper in the league, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't he? He's the longest one, longest running one out there. I gotta double check. Where are you? Actually, I'll be able to tell you his age in just a second here. I knew it at one point, but I just don't remember it. Let me see. Perhaps down here. No? Let me Google it. Sorry, my internet's running a little slow today. Discord is open, so if you guys are interested in reacting with me to the blueprint or any of the press conference stuff, let me know. If you're part of the team chat that has that link. JJ Jensen is 40 years old. Yeah, this dude is 40 years old. And we're a team that's trying to get younger all the time. Trying to find new players, that fit our needs and what our system is. So, that's an interesting thing right there. Okay, so go back to the transactions. All right, so starting in March, we tender contracts to Jalen Coker and Bryson Tremaine, which I think is a good move. I like them both. We signed LeBron Ray and Robert Rochelle back. I thought we could find upgrades for both of them, but, I'm not complaining about those signings, at all. We signed David Moore. We signed Isaiah Simmons. Thomas Incoom is returning. And we waived Popo, which I don't know anything about Popo, to be honest. If he was here in any capacity, I think he was practice squad. So I don't remember his name popping up anywhere that I'm aware of. That's a name I would be aware of. Now for the main event, because we released Alshon Robinson. We had him on a 1-year deal. The Buccaneers picked him up. They also got Rosebloom. And I'm not thrilled about that, because now we have to play him against both of them twice a year. We agreed to terms with Jalen Phillips in free agency, Devin Lloyd, which, if you're not familiar with Devin Lloyd, he was part of the Jacksonville Jaguars organization for a number of years and did really, really well with them. I've been watching his career very closely. Kenny Pickett is our new backup quarterback. Most of you probably know about Kenny Pickett at this point. If you don't, he's been floating around since he was drafted. Hasn't really found a solid home as a starter, so he became a second-string quarterback. And a solid one at that. But, I'm definitely not opposed to that move. I think it's a positive move for us going forward. We got a center, Luke Fortner. I'm excited about that move because we lost Cade Mays, who pretty much played center and, I believe, right guard. Did he play both guard positions? I believe he did. If he did, me and the team have a replacement for him lined up in the draft. I'm not going to say who, because I don't want to reveal that information too soon. But yeah, we've got somebody locked in. And I'm sure Dan Morgan does too by now. He's probably seen it too by now. But it's an offensive lineman. I'm not going to say where. But I'm excited for what that's going to bring to us. We also got an offensive tackle, Stone Forsyth. So we got a solid offensive tackle here who came from... one of these two gentlemen came from Green Bay. I don't remember which one. I think it was Luke that came from Green Bay. And I don't remember where the other one came from. So, I'm not sure how that's going to play out depth-wise as far as Icky is concerned. So we'll see how that plays out. But I like the offensive line depth that we're building. I like the linebacker depth that we're building right at the moment. It looks good. It looks solid. And And I also like John Mechie that we signed. Mechie was Bryce Young's favorite target in Alabama. So, very happy to have him back in connection with Bryce again. And hopefully they can get a lot done on offense together. We could put him in a few different packages, and he's an excellent pass catcher. He's got some good speed. I think he'll be a very good asset for us. We re-signed a Caleb Evans. Now, this is the move I don't necessarily agree with. But if he's only being used for special teams, that's fine. But it needs to be a small contract, if that's what you're doing. But if we're making him a number 4 corner on the 53, I can't fully support that. Unless you're trying to save a roster spot for something else. Because when you go back and you look at his numbers, it was not that exciting last year. He barely did anything. We re-signed Claudin, and I think that's a good move. I really like him in run support situations, and run stopping situations. He needs to work on coverage, I think, but so far so good. I like what I see from Claudin. Enough to bring him back for a 1 year, which I agreed with the move there. I'm not sure what the details of that contract are, whether that was a 1 year, 2 year, what that was, but I'm glad to have him back because that's a good depth piece in this linebacking core. We signed Rasheed Walker, the offensive tackle. So that's now 2 offensive tackles we have signed in this free agent period. Very pleased with that. People were very much stressing the left tackle position and how much we needed to secure that spot. So, and I agree. I like Icky, but when he's not on the field, we need somebody that can come up there and handle his business and block and protect Bryce Young. So, good move. Nick Scott is coming back. I'm hearing rumors that Nick won't be starting, but I don't know that for sure. I like him in run stopping packages, but that's it. And special teams, yes. He can, he was second in tackles for last year for the team on defense. So, in run stopping packages, yes, he is extremely useful. But in coverage situations, I don't think it's a good idea to put him back out there in those areas. So, if we can find a way to use him for the 2.6 that we're paying him, then we'll see what happens there. But what I would have done is 1.7 and made the rest of it bonuses. Because, if you hit certain incentives, like the total second amount of tackles, for the team, if he hits that number again, he gets a certain bonus number, to go along with what he's already got getting guaranteed. That's how I would handle that, because I think if you're paying him for special teams, you're paying him for run stopping packages, 1.7 is a fair number, versus the market number. It's a little lower than the market number, which would be 2, or 2.2, realistically, for a player like that. um, at that position. So I do think that's a good move, bringing it back for run stopping packages. But as far as like starting safety spot, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. This man was a good chunk of why we lost that Rams game in the wild card game. And you don't reward that with more money. That's my frustration with that. But, I'll let that go if you find a way to use him in run stopping packages and you don't start him. I'm not going to say anything more on that subject, if you manage to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to speak up because I don't want him in coverage spots at all. The dude is a liability in coverage. I've spoken on it several times last year, many of which were ignored by the management, but that's your choice. It's your team. So I'm just a fan with a camera and a mic. I'm just pointing out what I see. So what you do with that information is up to you. But, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about improving the team. When I spot something that isn't right, I'm going to spot it. And I'm going to point it out to people. It is what it is. So, it's for the good of the team, We signed Travis Gibson, the linebacker, and James Mitchell, the tight end. My question is, are we putting James Mitchell on the practice squad? Is he a special teamer? I think that's a special teams move. We re-signed the young punter Sam Martin. Excellent move. I liked him. He was able to do a lot of good as far as field position battles last year. Very positive move for us. We also picked up the running back, A.J. Dillon. Now, the reason we're messing with a running back in free agency is because, number one, you don't want to have to draft a running back in the first round. We want BPA, when we go into this draft with these signings. Two, we've already got somebody in mind for probably the first 3 rounds. So, signing a running back is a good move. Your best chance of getting a solid running back that could back up Brooks. If Brooks gets injured again, God forbid, or Chuba, if you overuse him, A.J. Dillon is an excellent choice to have on this team. Now, is he going to be a part of the 53-man roster? We shall see. It depends on Brooks and his progression out of his injury. Now, here's the other move I didn't agree with. Felipe Franks. Now, yes, the dude can block, okay? But he has bricks for hands. And I don't know why you brought him back. I honestly don't. I don't get it. Are you anticipating a lot of injuries at tight end? Is that why you went for James Mitchell and Felipe Franks? Because at this point, I don't see a need for 2 practice squad tight ends. When James Mitchell would do. If you're looking for a blocking tight end, Felipe Franks is your guy, but he can't catch. James Mitchell, other way around. That's my take on it. I don't know if this was the best move for us to go after Felipe again, but if you like him in special teams, okay, fine. But there's 100 other players that could play special teams too. So, just my take. You guys can think what you want on that. But I don't necessarily agree with that move. And I think a lot of the fan base wasn't real happy with that move either. But, if that's our worst move that we made this whole offseason, we're doing really, really good. I'll say that. we're doing exceptionally well if that's the worst move. Compared to other years. Because other years were a complete disaster. You know, I hate to lose Rose Bloom. I hate to lose Alshon Robinson, but we knew that Alshon Robinson was a one-year deal anyway. And Rose Bloom would have been an excellent player to have on a multi-year deal, but you know, maybe Dan Morgan's got somebody in mind for a replacement in the draft that's an upgrade. We shall see. I mean, everybody's been looking at Sonny Styles. You know, so maybe that's the target. I don't know. But there's no guarantee this dude drops to 19. And a lot of these mocks, he doesn't. That's what I'm trying to warn people about is you've got to be very, very careful about who you select as your main target in the first round and just boxing yourself in. There's so many different options there at 19. I've seen at least half a dozen that I would see as viable options, including Sonny Styles if he should drop, you know. So, are we locked into one position there? Not necessarily. Yeah, so, and that's exactly what we want, is we want to be in an element of surprise there so that other teams can't figure out what we're doing. So I like this, you know. I've got a few players that I've selected that I think are going to be good choices for us in this draft based on where we're going to be at. But we're not necessarily locked into them. You know what I'm saying? Because there's got to be options around those players too. So we re-signed Nick Hampton, or we just signed Nick Hampton. He's a new signing. I'm still trying to learn more about him at the moment. But so far, from what I know, he's a former Rams linebacker, so I'm pretty pleased with that. And he did some pretty good things with them. We traded Andy Dalton for a 7th round pick. Now, I was hoping to get a 6th for Andy Dalton, but I'll take a 7th. I'm kind of disappointed with the market value there, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is. We gained a pick, and that was the goal. So, and Andy Dalton was kind of falling off the table, to be honest. You know, I've warned people, you know, in preseason and in training camp, I just was not seeing what I needed to see from him. You know, as a fan that scouts these players, you know, not officially, but I just was not seeing what I needed to see out of him to be convinced that this dude should be still here, you know, after the last part of his contract. You know, so I think it was the right move going after a younger quarterback that has had a few years in the league now with Kenny Pickett and just hasn't found his system. You know, so I think good move. Upgrading there. I like it. You know, Dan Morgan spoke in a press conference about a month ago about looking into quarterbacks, so that was the decision that he made. So that is that so far. The trade has been officialized. We have officially signed Nick Hampton on paper now. Felipe Franks on paper. There's a few of these players that have been signed now on paper. And I want to know people's takes on these because I think we're doing really well with this offseason so far. That's my opinion on it. Based on what was out there, I like the moves that we made. Ugh. If you're new here and you don't know that I yawn a lot, you'll get used to it. I'm just that way when I'm on stream. I don't know what it is. But I'm fully alert and ready. But yeah, I like the moves. I think we still have a lot of work to do, and the draft will help with that. The draft will kind of fill in whatever else we have left, and then we'll see what still needs to be upgraded after that. As of right now, what I see our needs as being our linebacker, of course. We still need a corner. We still need a safety. We still need defensive end, of course. Defensive end being the main one. People have been debating over wide receiver because of XL. Personally, I would like to flip that around and say David Moore, but that's just me, you know. As far as finding a wide receiver, and a slot receiver would be so much easier to find than an outside X receiver, you know, that fits what we're looking for and can build chemistry with Bryce the way we want him to. But that's just my take on it. Other people have different takes on that, and that's perfectly fine. You know, I say have patience with XL. I think one more year. Let's just see how he does. Let's just test the waters, see how he does. And if you don't like it at the end of his rookie contract, then yeah, we can upgrade, by all means. But you know, I think if you get him on a good off-season training program and you have him do a jug machine like at least an hour a day, you know, just work with him, you know. I think a lot of those problems will go away. Somebody was suggesting that his problems were mental. Maybe he's trying to run before he catches the ball. Maybe he's just not in sync with Bryce as far as the routes. I mean, there's a lot of different things it could be, you know, at this point. We have had issues with the play calling last year. So that could be the problem. That's my theory right now. But, you know, I still think XL has the talent to do what he needs to do. And also we need a backup center. We need a backup guard. That's where I'm at right now. Tight end can wait for right now. I can see us running back these three, you know, for another year, you know, and just upgrading when we have that flexibility of BPA where we don't have like positional needs as much, you know, and we have a little bit more flexibility to jump into that. Shout out to Marco's Couch. He says, IMO, I don't think we need to change an edge that bad. We have Jalen Phillips, Nick Scorton, Princely, and Pat Jones. True. There was somebody that was suggesting that we probably would drop Pat Jones, though. So, I'm just saying it could happen. I'm not saying it will. But that's the rumor I'm hearing. There was discussion about it. But it didn't come from the front office, so it's not official, you know, so don't take it as official rumor. Take it as fan rumor at the moment. I do agree with you. If Jalen Phillips stays healthy, I think we got a solid crew here. I like Princely. Nick Scorton could still use a little bit of work. Um, Pat Jones was solid, you know, but it's still not enough. See, the issue is we had a bunch of hurries last year, but we didn't get any sacks out of it. Enough sacks to make a major impact like we're looking for. Because if you can turn some of those pressures into sacks, then we can start to ease up that pressure off the secondary and allow them to do their job better. So that's what the hope is right now. And if we draft a solid safety, we draft a solid number 3 corner, then I think we're in great shape, for 2026 season. If our linebacking core is what we're looking for out of this draft as well, then yeah, we're going to have one of the better defenses out there. I think our biggest need as of now is nose tackle. I would agree with that too. Yes, defensive tackle needs to be on that list too. Thank you, Marcos Cash. I forgot to mention that one too. Because we lost Mr. Alshon Robinson. So, I have an option in mind in the draft as far as nose tackle. I'm not going to say who right now because I don't want teams to get a hold of that information too early. But I do have somebody in mind. And as far as the Isaiah Simmons signing, that was meant to be a backup for Chow Smith Wade at nickel, while we go after a bona fide safety position in the draft. And I've got somebody in mind there too. Actually, a couple of players that could be on our board for that. But I'm not going to mention them right now as we have scouts checking streams out, at the beginning of April. So, yeah, it's too early. But I do agree with that. We're good at nose tackle. We have Bobby Brown, the defensive tackle before nose. Okay, fair enough. You're right, I forgot about Bobby Brown. Shout out Big Chief, man. Thank you for that comment right there. He's absolutely right. I think Bobby Brown's solid. Like, I'm happy with Bobby Brown. We did lose a few pieces, though. A few big pieces. Cade Mays, Rose Bloom, and Alshon Robinson. So, if we have replacements that are coming in for those three, I'm going to feel a lot less concerned about those players being let go. 2 of them ended up with Tampa Bay, which is bad because then we have to deal with them twice a year. But I think a lot of people are undervaluing Bryson Tremaine. And I was listening to Tony on C3. He was talking about him a little bit. And also some people in my team chat were having a conversation about him too. And they all seem to agree that he's being a little bit undervalued. So I happen to agree with that. I like that opinion. Because if there's some hidden talent with Bryson Tremaine, we need to start digging there and see if we can get more out of him. But good free agency period. I'm very happy with it. I think I would rate it a B plus at this point on a scale. Of course, there's always room for a little bit of improvement. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, if Felipe Franks and Nick Scott are the only signings I don't like, we're doing pretty freaking well. Because it could be a lot worse. Considering. If you remember our Panthers history of what we've done under previous GMs, it could be a lot worse. We're actually going forwards, not backwards, which makes me happy. What else is new with this team? Let's see what's going on here. I like the attitude of Rasheed Walker. I like Jalen Phillips's attitude towards bringing a new energy to our culture as well. That really makes me happy. They're ready to work. They're willing. They want to be here. That's the type of players we want, you know? And really all it means is just put them to work. Just put them to work, man. So we've been to a few pro days now. I've heard that we were at Clemson's pro day. I've heard that we were at the Gamecocks pro day. And it seems like we were at the Tar Heels pro day as well. I know which players they're looking at from Clemson and South Carolina. I'm not entirely sure what they're looking at from North Carolina. I have an inkling, but I don't know for sure. Okay, Thad Dixon. Okay, yep. That's who they're looking at. So, I mean, once Bill Belichick starts getting his players in order in the Tar Heel Blue, man, we'll start seeing these guys come up the ladder in the draft, and we'll have a chance at a few of them. So I'm excited about that. And it'll be battle tested, obviously, because it's the ACC, versus SEC teams and other ACC teams. Chandler Rivers, Duke. Okay. This is kind of new information. I haven't seen this today. So, as of today. And we also need to talk about Mike Jack. Because here's the thing. I ran across a message from him on X saying that he was looking for more money, and he pointed out a few other things as well, but the main thing being more money. And he has a total right to ask for more money because of how successful he was last year. I completely respect that, and I agree. He should be paid more. He wasn't happy with his contract, and by all means, I say pay the man. If we can't pay the man, then we got to trade him for picks. But I want to see what other people in the chat have to say about that too, because that's not an easy situation right there that's coming up after this 2026 season. We're going to have to make a choice with him, as far as what we want to do. I highly recommend keeping him here if you can. If it's in any way possible to keep him here, then we need to do it. It is hard to find these number 2 corners like that, that are as rock solid as this dude is. I'm not saying he's a top 10 corner in the league. What I'm saying is he's rock solid and is one of the best, if not the best, number 2 corner out there, in a depth chart. That's arguable depending on who you talk to. And some people have made some good points too. He's missed some tackles. He's missed a few coverages, sure, but you know that's a conversation we really need to revisit after this offseason is over with and we start looking into 2026. The other conversation is, what are we going to do with Icky? Because we just signed 2 offensive tackles at left tackle. So that leaves in question, what is his future going to be like in Carolina? Very good question, considering his injuries and his production, in the past year. Count it 2 years, if you want to count it 2 years. It's been pretty solid. I'm not even going to lie. It's been pretty solid. And I was one of the biggest proponents of moving him and finding a replacement, but that was better, an upgrade. But now I'm starting to, after this past year, he's shown me some consistency. He's turned the corner. He's broken through that glass ceiling. And he's shown me, yes, I can play a whole season when I'm healthy, of solid left tackle football. So 4 whole quarters worth, that's what I'm looking for. And he has definitely matched that checkbox for me, finally. So for me, that becomes a very different conversation now than it did 2 years ago. So, I think we brought in one of those tackles as competition for him. But other than that, we're going to have to figure out what we want to do there with Icky. Because he does command a big salary. Let me check his salary over the cap. It's a significant amount. It's a significant amount for sure. Let me take a look. Sorry, my internet's a little slow today. Quanu. That's what we're looking for. Huh. There's a lot of players with that lettering in there. Okay. Why did that pop up? Okay, weird. I don't see him on the list. Weird. Let me see what his registered name is. Hold up. NFL, because I don't even know how to spell his name. There it is. Ikeem. That's what it was. I don't always have the best memory. Sorry, guys. There we go. Had a brain fart for a second there. Alright. Alright, so we got him through 2026. So by the end of 2026, he's going to be owed $17.5 million because we've already restructured his contract. So that's a significant hit. I don't know what we want to do here with Icky. That's a very good question. What do y'all think? I mean, that's what we're here for, is to have these type of discussions and figure out what we want to do with some of these players. as suggestions for the team. And again, not saying that they have to take them, but $17.5 is a lot of money. I don't know, y'all. That's a significant hit. We paid him 8.7 last year, 7.5 the previous year. Which, I mean, he's earned that. By all means. If we were to retain him and eat the 17.5, who knows what his contract might look like the next time, he goes out to free agency. For his first trip to free agency in the NFL. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. Somebody's going to pick him up. I guarantee it. If we don't offer him a fair deal. Now, what that number could look like, who knows? That's up to Dan Morgan. That's up to Tillis. They know what they're doing there. I'm going to trust them with that. But if one of these two new left tackles panned out more than Icky does, we could save ourselves a lot of money. But realistically, it's about a 2 to 3 year cycle, when you're doing with offensive linemen. If you're trying to get younger. So, the valuation right now is about 6.8 per year. Based on the trends. That's what you're looking at. And I'm sure a lot of people don't really know how to read that chart. I'm not entirely sure either, because money's not my area when it comes to contracts and stuff like that. So that I leave to people that know more about that than me. But watching the free agent tracker, let's see what's going on in the free agent tracker this year. Geno goes to the Jets. Tyreek Hill's still out there, surprisingly. Trey Hendrickson goes to the Ravens. That's one we were tracking because we were trying to get him. But I guess the deal never materialized there, or we never started one. I don't know. Are you serious? The Bills got DJ Moore? How is it every good former Panthers player ends up in Buffalo? At some point or another. Wow, McDermott. Anyway. And whoever's running that GM board in Buffalo. They still got some Panthers people up there, apparently. Even with McDermott gone. But, you got Debo that is still in the wind. And, I mean, there's been multiple discussions about Debo. I'm not interested. I'll say that straight up. I'm not interested. Dude's had attitude problems, and his production is lower. Man, come on, Titans. Titans actually did something right. They actually re-signed Calvin Ridley. I would have loved to have him. But mentality-wise and personality-wise, Could use some work. But, you know, as far as talent level, Calvin Ridley's a monster. I would love to have him just on an experimental basis for 1 year. But it is what it is. You know, it's $12 million, 17 total, you know, for him. So Mike Evans goes to the 49ers. Stephon Diggs still out there. I don't think we go for Stephon Diggs if we can find a corner that fits what we need. Justin Fields goes to the Chiefs in a trade, right? Was it a trade or did you get picked up? I don't remember. That's a big one right there. L'Jarius Sneed is still out there. Trevon Diggs, still a free agent. Khalil Mack gets re-signed by the Chargers. Travis Kelce gets another year or two with the Chiefs. But I think this is supposed to be his last year, right? That's what I'm hearing. See what else is going on here. Jason Hargrave goes to the Packers. We got Cameron Hayward going back to the Steelers. Daniel Jones gets a new deal. Rodgers is still trying to figure out if he wants to come back. Hassan Reddick is still a free agent now. Joey Buss is out there. Cam Robinson. I believe Cam Robinson got picked up, didn't he? No? No, he didn't? Huh. I remember reading somewhere where somebody was interested in him. Russell Wilson, free agent now. 2-2 goes to the Dolphins. We'll see how that shakes out. Goddard gets re-signed by the Eagles. Solid tight end right there. Really like him. Dimeby Brown, the former Tar Heels wide receiver, goes to the Commanders. Darius Slay is still available. Taysom Hill is still available. David Montgomery goes to the Texans. That's a big one right there. James Conner gets re-signed by the Cards. YGM is still a free agent, surprisingly. Bobby Wagner's too old now. Levante David's too old. Nobody's signing him. Demario Davis goes to the Jets. Howard Higbee goes to the Rams on a re-sign deal. Mariota re-signed. Curtis Samuel is still out there. I would like to do one more year with Curtis Samuel. You know, if we can get him a ring before he retires, I would really love to see that happen. You know, maybe we re-sign him in the 27 offseason, right before he decides to retire. You know, because he's 30 years old right now. Just throw him in for certain packages. Let's see if we can get him a ring, you know, in 27. I wouldn't mind it. You know, he deserves his ring. You know, his shot at a ring. Because he already had one in 15 and solid dude. Very talented wide receiver. He just shot with the Buffalo Bills as well to get one. Never did get it. And I think he should have one. You know? I honestly think he should have one. He's got enough talent that he deserves another shot at it. Just my take on it. If y'all don't want to do that, you know, because you want to stay young with the wide receiver core, I get it. You know? I'm not going to be upset if you don't sign him. But it's just a suggestion. I would like to see him get a ring when we do make a run at it. That's if he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Glasgow is available, the right guard. Joseph Osai goes to the Jets. Matt Milano's available. I was having conversations about Matt Milano, actually, with a few people. I really like him. I've been following his career for a while. Zach Ertz is out there? Again? At 36, this dude is still playing. That's crazy to me. Former Panthers edge rusher DJ Wadham goes to the Lions. Evan Neal gets re-signed. Von Miller out in the wind again. 37 years old for him. Cameron Jordan's 37 as well. Doubt they're going to get anything. Von Miller might. Because of his reputation. I don't see it with Cameron Jordan, though. Let's see. Clive Campbell is available. Charles Cross got re-signed. I was looking at Charles Cross, but see, like $43 million, ew. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to jump on that. It's too much money. Najee Harris. Adam Thielen is now available. I think he retired, didn't he? Did he or did he not retire yet? I don't think so. Trying to look for names that pop out to me. Austin Eckler, still out there as a free agent. But see, Austin Eckler is going to command like $4.2 million. Which is like double what we paid AJ. So. Andy Dalton to the Eagles. I mean, they can have him. Xavier Woods, free agent now. Titans didn't even want him. He's pretty much done. He's 31 years old. I just don't see him returning at all. Kevin Beachum is out there now, but he's 37. He's gotten too old to really make a major difference now for a team. Smith-Nigba got the extension that he was looking for. $69 million now. Good for him. We're paying Kenny Pickett $4 million. And we're paying Jalen Phillips $60 million. So, let's see. Jordan Elliott. Trent McDuffie is out there, 50 to the Rams. That's a big signing for the Rams. You know, because I've watched Trent McDuffie. He's a solid corner. Very solid corner. We had trouble getting past him a few times during the game that we played against him. What, 2 years ago? I think he was out there for a few plays, and we had trouble moving on him. Quay Walker, Cade Mays to the Lions for $14 million. Finally getting his payday. You know, congrats to him. I wish we could have kept him, but it is what it is. Greg Dortch to the Lions. Yeah, Lions are picking up some good people, man. Let's see. There's Devin Lloyd. We're paying him $25 million. Travis Etienne goes to the Saints. That's a big problem. Now we have to deal with Travis Etienne twice a year, and that's a solid running back. Dude's an animal. We have to shore up that D line if we're going to be dealing with Travis Etienne. We cannot let him slip through the cracks, otherwise that is going to be big yardage. I know him, I know what we're dealing with. And that's not going to be a fun time if he gets through any of those gaps and we don't secure these tackles and wrap up. There's Shaheed re-signed by the Seahawks. Keenan Allen is still available. Chassions went to the Commanders. I'm looking for anybody that really catches my eye that people need to know about. Brady Christensen is still a free agent. Why? Why did we not re-sign him yet? Dan Morgan, please, I'm begging you, re-sign Brady Christensen. Please. The dude can play 5 different positions. Why is this man still in the wind? I understand he's 30 years old. I get it. But the dude plays 5 different positions on your offensive line. All 5. Like, I can't stress that one enough. Stupid ads. Anyway. Well, that's your free agent wrap up. You can pretty much find the rest of those on overthecap.com if you want to look at those. We have some press conferences and a blueprint to react to as well. I don't know that we can get away with a film with copyright. I get hit with copyright every single time I try to show any type of film. Like, I don't know what it is about the algorithm, but the algorithm just hates me when it comes to film stuff. Other YouTubers have found a way around it. I don't know how they did it. But we're not trying to make money off of it. They are. I don't know. Make that one make sense. But here we are. We do have a... Did I not do the rookie class one? Did I not do that blueprint? I could have sworn I did. Brosho goes back to school. That's a clip. That's a clip as well. We're not really looking to do clips. We're looking to react. So. And they also have a section for 2015 stories as well. I want to cover those. Because that's a lot of fun right there. And we'll gradually over time cover all of those. I would really very much like to do that. That section right there. Because the 2015 team has become the blueprint for everything that we are trying to do and reach. That has become the bar for what we're trying to get to again. So, celebrating that and understanding what it took to get to that point is very, very important to this franchise and where we're going. So, over the next month, I will be mixing in blueprints of those reaction videos, sprinkling them in once per stream. One video per stream, so that we can truly get a chance to appreciate those and react to those. But today's blueprint is Ascension. So we want to cover that, and we want to cover a couple of these press conferences as well today. And we'll wrap up the free agency part of this offseason with that. Of course, free agency is still going on, but as far as the newest transaction, the opening of free agency for the first month of it, we have now officially covered that. So, let's see what these guys have to say. I'm excited. This is going to be fun. I have not seen this yet. So, for anybody that has, don't spoil it. Let's do it.
Nothing, Miami. Third down and 4. Waist high snap. Young back pedals. Under pressure. Hit as he throws. Incomplete. It's fourth down, and let's see what Dave Canales decides to do. He's going.
Good Lord, that was a nasty hit. He got him in the shoulder, though. Thankfully.
To leave the offense in there.
Hey, huddle.
Fourth down, 4 to go.
Guys, let's paint the picture. We're down 17-0. We're 1-3. All right, it's 4th and 4. All right, and we're going for it at the middle of the field.
Takes the snap, under pressure, flush to his right.
Snap. Now I gotta play ball off schedule. Okay, right now it doesn't look good for anybody. Okay, Ice Young to the rescue.
Stumbles, now has to get rid of it, throws, and he finds McMillan.
And at some points, you just gotta say, I know what's going on. I can make it happen. Okay, that is a shooter's mentality. Stay with it, and then now, this guy didn't even really know what was about to happen. Okay? And that's how we help turn it around.
Young throwing for the end zone, diving grab, Xavier Legette for the touchdown.
Hell yeah, my boy. Good job.
Come on, baby.
Yes, sir. Got you back.
Bryce throws, caught by Evans, into the end zone for a touchdown. And the Panthers make a statement. Down by 17.
Great calls, coach.
They dominated this game for the last 2.5 quarters. They flipped the script, they changed the narrative.
That Dolphins game was a heck of a game, too. I remember that. Man. That was wild. This is cool.
Breaking news out of Carolina.
All right, who here in the chat has not seen this yet? Who in the chat has not seen this? If you've been following this channel for a little bit now, and you haven't seen this, and you've been waiting for my reaction, let me know.
So Dan Morgan, who's been hired as the GM, he brings on David Canales to become the head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
Everybody else
Just
right
kind of
now.
wanted to talk about like the type of players that we want to bring in here, DNA wise. First of all, we need to find those leaders, those competitors. As Jay Stu would say, those dogs. Like, we need some dogs.
Hey, no, don't do 1, 2, 3, go.
We need guys that are hungry to go out there and inflict pain on their opponents.
Oh, we definitely found those. That's for sure.
Come on!
We got to get some guys that are passionate about football. We need competitors. We got to bring that back. I remember in 2003, we had our playoff game here, and I remember the white towels waving around. That's my dream for this organization. We need to get back to home playoff games and winning.
Keep pounding, baby, keep pounding.
And that's our goal, is to roll up our sleeves, work hard, and find those type of players. So that's what we want to create here.
Proud to be in the building for that wild card game. Very proud.
Carolina Panthers select Tedderoa McMillan. Hey, I like that.
Surprisingly excellent pick.
So for me, it's about building that culture.
Can't do it without you. Need you. Need all you guys.
It all starts off with relationship.
Hey, good job. Good job.
I want him to know that I have his best interests at heart.
And Ron Rivera's, one of his best traits when we were as successful as we were was relationships. And you'll hear Ron talk about that. You'll hear Cam Newton talk about that. Greg Olsen, Thomas Davis, all the way on down the list from that team talk about that. You know, that was one of his strongest traits, and he just kind of let them be them. And that's what Dave is doing right now. And, you know, it's working. We're taking some of the best traits from 2015 and we're implanting them into this new culture that we're building. And I love it. You're seeing it on the field. You're seeing it in the locker room. You're seeing it in your community. It's there. And it's showing on the field. When we get touchdowns, when we get big play tackles, when big things happen, you're seeing it in action. So it's really, really cool.
Rice will take off. He's got the 5. Dives toward the end zone. Touchdown, Rice.
That's how you play the football right off, baby.
When teams drive up to this stadium, we want them to fear that logo. The logo has to be feared again.
Mm-hmm.
I think Carolina outperformed expectations. I don't know that people were counting on them making the playoffs. I don't know that people were counting on them winning the division.
For a team like the Panthers that's building now, but really has been building for the last, unfortunately, several years, I think there was a lot of sort of shrugs about the Panthers. Like, okay, like, I see what you've done, but let's see.
Wow. For both of them to say something like that and to speak on us like this, that shows you what we're building. That shows you what we've accomplished so far. And we're just getting started. These are two big, big names in the media right here. Sports media. If you're not familiar with them, get very familiar with them if you're learning this sport. Because Adam Schefter is everywhere. He's a very, very busy man. And he's all over X, you know, he's just everywhere. So for them to speak on us like that, that's big. That's big right there. And you know, I'm not a huge fan of the sports media.
You always go in
long enough, you know that. You know, there's a lot of sports media people that I'm not a fan of. But I am very pleased with some of them out there. So to have those are the two of the biggest names on my list, speak positively about us, shows you the progress we're making. When we had such a negative, very, very negative outlook from all of the sports media out there for a number of years. We were the worst team in 4 different American sports at one point. To come from that to a wild card team in less than 3 years is nothing short of impressive. That's Dave Canales, that's Dan Morgan, that's Brent Tillis, that's this team working together that we have built in the management front office room, and it's also the players as well. So, executing on the field, doing what they do, being who they are, and finding success where they are.
To a season with hope and belief, and there was this feeling, especially the way the previous season ended, that the Panthers were ready to shed their skin.
And let me just say something positive about Inish right here. I love his commentating. I love it. It is so amazing. He has such great interviews with the players as well. I love it. I can't say enough positive things about Mr. Shuroff here. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep showing up. Keep being positive. And keep asking good questions, man. Keep up the good work. You're a great play-by-play announcer. I love you.
And move into a better place. And then week 1 happens. Self-inflicted wounds.
I wanted to take that moment to
Week
to
2
do
happens.
that.
A couple of early turnovers against Arizona. They never quite recovered.
When a team that we weren't necessarily expecting big things from starts out 0-2, you start to put them in a, okay, we'll check on them again next year.
And you start to look around and say, man, is this the same old Panthers team? Is this the team that I thought it was, or is this the team that we've seen for the last decade? And then week 3 happened.
Right now. Hey, get in that mode right now. Yep. Get in the mode right now. Don't wait to be hitting the mouth. Come on. Hit first. Come on. We got that first. Come on, man. Come on. Get in mode right now. Y'all got tears in y'all eyes.
It was the first pivotal moment of this Panther season. 30-0 beatdown of the Atlanta Falcons.
Young looking for room to run. Flush to the outside. He's got the corner. He's got the 5, the 2. In for the touchdown. Bryce Young takes it in. Penix looking right. Now checks down left. And it's been intercepted. Joel Smith-Wade walks it in for a touchdown.
And that defense came alive. I remember seeing the 2 interceptions from Michael Penix.
Fires. Intercepted. Near sideline. Mike Jackson. He's got the 40. Midfield. Outside the numbers. 35. Breaks a tackle at the 30.
Well, why did it take 2 weeks? But now that we're here, what could be unlocked? And that point of the season, I started to have some hope for the Panthers.
Finish here. Let's finish.
Bryce under center. McMillan the only receiver. Snap. Give to Dowdle. Barges across the goal line for a Panther touchdown.
And the thing is, yeah, we started out 0-2. But you're going to have a little bit of a stutter step going and getting on with regular season games with this team. We're still in a learning process. We're still in a building process right now. We're not in rebuilding. We're in building process now. So with that comes a little bit of growing pains, in the first 2 weeks to start setting up what will be the rest of your season, and that's not unusual. The Eagles went through that. The Chiefs went through that before they started really rebuilding their dynasty again. Seattle went through it. So, it's not uncommon, for that to happen. But once that success started hitting, there was a different energy in the locker room at week 3. And that's the type of energy we need to capture. We need to put it in a bottle. And we need to bring that every single week. Because if we can bring that type of energy every single week and that type of execution every single week, We can compete with any team in the league.
Rico Dowdle with his first touchdown as a Panther.
Crazy game, boy.
It's the first win of the season for Carolina.
That's just one, baby. That's just one.
Man, I'm so glad for Bryce.
He said, that's just one. That's just one win. They got to get more. I like that. I like that he said that. Because he's recognizing he's just taking it one game at a time. I like that.
That Week 3 Atlanta game had to do so much for him and his confidence.
Hey, real quick, first one of the year. It's only right. It goes. Coach Canales.
Absolutely.
Then came the Patriots.
Yeah, and you're like, well, what?
You get the 30-0 win over the Falcons, and like the defense makes the big plays, the pick and panics off, or they're gonna settle, they're gonna be fine. And then they went to New England and just got like deleted. Marcus Jones had a big return in that game.
An 87-yard punt return for a touchdown.
They lost in like all three phases.
May boots to his left. He's got the 10 for a New England touchdown.
We did not know that the Patriots were going to be in the Super Bowl.
We ain't the Falcons, bro.
41 unanswered points by the Patriots.
Being dominant in the NFL, bro, that's fucking hard, bro.
And it was that feeling of, all right, like this team is just outmanned, outgunned.
We are better than this. You goddamn right we are.
Stay down.
Your emotions on high all week when you win, beat the gas. This is the most humbling that happened to you. Yeah, we got the motherfucking recipe. It's not a puzzle like everybody trying to make it. They came out here and beat the shit out of us and we didn't execute. That's it. That's it. We don't need to have no talks, none of that. We need to get back in there and go back to work. That's it.
But when you have the prologue that you do.
That's a fact right there. Fact. That's exactly what we needed to do. And, like, we knew we had the talent. We knew we had the skills. We knew that we had what we needed to beat New England. And we didn't do it. And this is early on in the season when they were struggling, to get started. So, fully agree with that. I think they just needed to get back in there and work. That's really what it was. And I came on here and I did a whole speech, trying to motivate them and whatnot, but really that's not what they needed. And they knew what they needed, so, I'm just a fan, I'm just a sportscaster, but they knew what they needed. And they came out, more motivated the next week. And they took care of business, so.
5-12 and 2-15, doubt creeps in. And you're wondering, I hope that's not who they are.
Gotta get back to it, baby.
No doubt, no doubt. A loss is a loss.
And it was still very much a team figuring out what the identity was.
You gotta shake back.
Exactly.
So emotion, it's the wave you ride. This is the part where this is where you find out if you're a man or not.
This is a guy who is committed to seeing this thing through. He understands why he was drafted there. He understands the expectations that are put on him.
I don't waver for no man, though. Never. I've been sitting at home watching this shit for a year. Ain't shit gonna rattle me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, he was never competitive. Like, ever. It was one of...
He wasn't rattled by it, which is impressive. That's a team leader right there. That's a team captain. That's somebody we can rely on. I love Derek Brown, man. Solid dude.
Those we could have called this at halftime. I didn't trust Carolina after week 4. There's no way you can trust this team.
Hey, man, hey, bring it up. Everybody bring it in tight.
CBS people, y'all don't trust us at all anyway. What do you mean?
Hey, man, that's it, not us today, bro. I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. That's and Dave sit up here and take the responsibility. Man, it's on every motherfucker in here. From the fucking start, we came out flat, bro. We said we want to start fast, offense go down and score. Defense, we can't fucking give it up like that. We can't continue to give it up like that. Every fucking week, we sit here and talk about fucking elite execution, man. Coach sitting there, take the blame and all that. Man, it's on us this week. I'm telling every fucking man in here to get in there and fucking work this week. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter what fucking call is called. If we don't fucking work this, don't fucking work out. Top fucking sitting here going through this every week. Let's go.
Dave Canales has always...
Well said, Derek. Well said, dude. That's well said. You know, and we didn't give him a reason to support us either. So, I mean, to be fair, we couldn't really say much after that loss right there.
Always said the identity of a team reveals itself.
Very true.
Let's have a day today. Let's do it. Hey, what a blessing it is. What an opportunity. Great day. We put the work, we said all that, but let's enjoy it. Ever since a kid, we dreamed about it. We get to live it. Let's embrace that, have fun, play for each other, play fast. Appreciate y'all. Let's do it. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
It is week 5 of the NFL season. The Panthers looking to get back into the win column after a setback in New England last week. It's been a roller coaster 2 weeks for Carolina. Pistol snap. Young play fake. Lost the football. It's on the ground. It's covered up by Miami and Bradley Chubb. Touchdown. Devon Achane. Picked off by Miami. Tua back to throw. Floats one back into the end zone. And caught for a touchdown by Waller. 17-0 Miami. This feels like a continuation of Foxborough.
We good, we good. Hey, I got you. Hey, keep going. Just keep going. I got you. We're good. We're good. Keep going. I got you.
So you're 1-3, and you're down 17-0. The sky is falling. But that moment, the Miami game, that was the turning point.
I got you. Let's go. We're good. We're gonna make it right. Go. Keep going. I got you.
He's one of those guys who's just like this all the time. And when the situations get crazy, other players sometimes do crazy things. You play out of yourself, you make decisions you're not used to because there's so much pressure. And I don't know that he's affected by that.
Stay with me. Just stay with me. It's a long game. Just stay with me. Stay with me, Dave. It's right there. Let's reestablish it. It's right there. Jump sign.
Bryce takes the snap under pressure. Flush to his right. Stumbles. Now has to get rid of it. Throws and he finds McMillan. Boy, that play was about 3 heart attacks and then euphoria.
That's a huge play. Can this start to turn this game around?
The crazy thing to me is he gets better when the situation and the game gets bigger. So, like, his performance ends up being better when it matters the most.
This drive kept alive by a big 4th down, 20-yard catch by McMillan. 3rd down and 4. A trips look to the right. Young throwing for the end zone. Diving grab. Xavier Legette for the touchdown.
Heck of a touchdown catch right there for himself.
To be down 17-0, to have the stomach to come back and kind of the guts to come back, you're always trying to learn, like, what is this team? How good are they? Are they going to matter at the end? All of those things. And to me, that was the first time when I was like, okay, this might be working.
Come on, baby.
Yes, sir. Got your back. Yes, sir.
The way he led his teammates, I almost can tell, like, when he's carrying himself the way that he did when he was at Alabama.
But yo, I got your back, bro. Hey, keep going with me. I promise. We in a good spot. Keep going with me.
The give to Dowdle. Up the gut. The Panthers down 17-0 at one point. Take a 19-17 lead. 4:31 on the clock. 24-20. 4th down and 5. Young in the pocket. Throws. Caught by Jimmy Horn.
Let's go. Here we go. Huddle.
Bryce throws, caught by Evans, catapults into the end zone for a touchdown.
What was interesting about that particular drive is you're using 2 players that normally wouldn't be targeted. So we had made the Dolphins defense look at all these other players, Tedero, McMillan, XL, whoever was coming across on the middle, nobody was looking at Mitchell Evans. Nobody was looking at Jimmy Horn Jr. for those 2 plays. And that's what made that drive work. They started doubling up all the star players, and, when we started debuting these types of players that were lower on the totem pole on our depth chart, that's when these defense started to say, oh, shoot, these guys have some talent too. Now we're going to have trouble covering everybody. You know, and that's what made the Eagles so good, is because they had so many weapons that it was impossible to cover all of them. You know, the Chiefs are that good as well. The Eagles were the main ones that employed that level of depth. 2 years ago, and nobody could shut that down. Nobody could figure out a way to stop these one-on-one coverages, you know, versus people that were like 4 stringers, 5th stringers on the depth chart that were still finding ways to get first downs. And that's why Mitchell Evans and Jimmy Horn Jr. were so successful. It's because we had that level of depth. And that's what we're looking to get across the board.
Gives Carolina the lead.
Let's go!
And the Panthers make a statement.
After the W, call them up. We made it a little harder than it needed to be. From that time, we don't care. We just get it done. That's who you are.
The Miami game revealed what this team could be. They didn't panic. They stayed with the run. They won in the trenches.
Love you too.
And all of a sudden, you saw a formula that also highlighted what this front office tried to do. 2 years ago, they wanted to shore up the offensive line. This past year, they wanted to shore up the defensive line. Now you're starting to reap the rewards of that. Run the football and stop the run. Formula and a tale as old as time in football.
When you think of where this team...
What did I say to start out when we were starting this rebuild? I said the offensive and defensive lines is where it starts. What is Dan Morgan doing? Started with the offensive line, started with the D-line, and we're reaping the rewards now. You're not just seeing it in the stats sheets. You're seeing it on the scoreboard now. You're seeing it in the win column. So everything I've been saying is now coming to fruition. And I'm excited about that because, you know, Dan and I are on the same page here. We know what we want to see happen, you know, and how we want it to happen, and the moves and everything. And I'm just so excited, you know, because there's just a new energy in the air in Carolina when you build correctly. And you know you're doing it long term, and you know you're doing it to last. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. And like the title of this blueprint says, we're ascending. That's exactly what we're doing.
Was just a couple of years ago, where you're firing one coach, you're hiring another, you're firing that coach before the season's over. You needed somebody to just kind of settle things down.
If you're going to build this thing right, you need someone who understands how to set the foundation. Okay, that's good.
Time to roll. Let's go, baby.
Set the foundation. Exactly. And that's exactly what we did. First year, we set the foundation. Then we started building the walls, right? We started looking even more like a consistent team. And this is a consistent coach. That's exactly what we wanted when we hired him.
When Canales was hired, I was probably more optimistic than most because I knew where he came from. He came from Seattle and then to Tampa, like 2 good cultures.
Oh, yeah, hit somebody. Let's go.
At home this season, Carolina's 2-0, looking to stay perfect. They take on the Dallas Cowboys here in Week 6.
He's built this amazing culture that guys have truly bought into, and it's impossible not to see the growth.
When Canales was first hired, this team was still in a playoff drought, and he comes in, and it's just this flow of positive energy.
Young in the shotgun out of an empty set. Young throws to the end zone. McMillan's open, makes the catch. T-Mac with his first career touchdown. A 19-yard strike from Bryce Young to Teteroa McMillan.
Hey, beautiful. Congratulations, buddy.
That was
He's
a
a really
game.
balanced invested coach in his people.
Let's go. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Great job. Great job. Oh. Oh, yeah, Princely. There, Derek. Hey, good job. Good job. Good job.
Well, that was interesting.
He just always comes across really calm, cool, collected. And that's how Bryce is. They seem like two peas in a pod. And frankly, I think that permeates throughout the building.
An extra second on both of those. Beautiful job. Come on, Jimmy, stay in bounds.
Fitzgerald swings the leg, and the kick is good. The rookie from 55. Carolina's got to feel good. They get the ball first to begin the third quarter. And offensively, they have been moving the ball almost at will against Dallas. Fake to Dowdle. Young backpedaling. Flush to his left. Throws downfield. Dowdle wide open. 10-5. Touchdown, Rico Dowdle. Buckle up. Here's the snap. Bryce to throw. Steps up. Eludes the rush. Throws to the end zone. Touchdown. Teteroa McMillan.
Hey, where you worked on it, right? Yes, beautiful thing.
It's going to be a 33-yarder for the win. Martin puts it down. Fitzgerald swings the leg. The kick is good, and the Panthers win it. Ryan Fitzgerald, the game-winning field goal.
Gotta expect to win. Come on. Way to go, boys. Way to go, baby. Let's go! Come on!
You can definitely, based on his performance, put Dave Canales in this group of like exciting young coaches in this league that look in the early going as if they have the right stuff.
That's football. You just keep playing, you keep believing. Can you picture, can you imagine where we could go if we play together like that every game? What a beautiful finish, guys. I'm so proud of this group. It's the process that leads to these results because you guys believe in what we're doing and we keep pushing it and we keep growing.
You've seen the videos from the locker room after the game. The players like it.
Let's hear it for T-Mac one time. Hey! Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's hear it 2 times. Hey!
In 2 years, up, down, static, he's always the same guy. His consistency resonates in a locker room. And I think it's clear that he's the coach for this team. And he's the coach for the Carolina Panthers, and then they chose the right guy. The Jets game was fascinating.
We absolutely
Up
chose
until
the right
that
coach.
point, Carolina had really struggled on the road. You're trying to check off boxes on the checklist. Winning on the road was a big one.
It's the Jets and Panthers, Week 7 of the NFL.
There you go, right off the rip. Go ahead and wake that the f up.
Derek Brown is someone who is not discussed enough nationally.
Big, athletic, physical, one of the more productive defensive tackles as far as in the run game.
Hold up. Run that back, because I want to hear him say that again, because he is so right. He is so right.
Big one.
It's the Jets and Panthers, Week 7 of the NFL.
There you go, right off the rip. Go ahead and wake that the f up.
Derek Brown is someone who is not discussed enough nationally.
Big.
Ooh. And that's coming from a CBS News person. Let's go. Let's go. Love the energy right there. Love it. He's so right, though. That is a leader right there. That's a leader. You're looking at the face of a leader. Of a very determined football person right there. That wants to win. A very angry and hungry player right there. That's what you rally behind right there. Look at that face. That's what you rally behind. When this man speaks, everybody listens in that locker room. That's who Thomas Davis was. That's who Luke Kuechly was. That's who Greg Olsen was. That's who Cam Newton was. They are leaders. And they're determined and hungry to win. So when they speak, you listen. And you do what they're asking you to do. Because it's always to your benefit.
Athletic, physical, one of the more productive defensive tackles as far as in the run game. You got to be able to hang your hat on something. The easiest thing to do in our sport is for a quarterback to get a snap and hand it to a running back. If you can't take that away, teams are going to do that up and down the field. And Derek is arguably...
Facts. Facts. Wow, is that facts? We learned that the hard way the first year of Dave Canales. And before that.
They're the best run-stopping defensive tackle in football.
We all we need. Never get a hope. They can't with us, so we got to go out here and do what we do.
Panthers looking to make it 3 in a row. Ryan Fitzgerald will kick off from his own 35-yard line.
That Jets game, that was a master class by the defense.
4-man twist. Fields pass. Batted down by Derek Brown.
Running backs run into him and get stopped. It happens all the time.
I mean, it's the Jets. The Jets are trash. Come on. They're a trash team. You're expecting anything less?
You gotta tell them quit running at me, goddammit.
You can see what he meant to the defense this past year. Just his return, his level of play, his talent, everything made a huge difference.
They want a defensive game, we'll get a defensive game.
He's been chasing quarterbacks down. He's been active in the run game. He's been active as a pass rusher.
You know, there's an old saying, you got to earn the right to rush the passer by stopping the run.
Falling backwards and sacked by A'Shawn Robinson.
Ooh. He just said something really interesting right there. Did y'all catch that? If you want to rush the passer, you got to earn the right to do so by stopping the run. Ooh. I like that. I like that. Hey, D-line. Current D-line. What can we learn from this?
Tries to get away, and he's sacked. Nick Scorton, have yourself a day.
We gotta finish this.
When you stop the run, now you start to limit a team to playing one-dimensional. That's when turnovers come.
And then Tyrod Taylor comes in and decides to challenge the secondary. And J.C. Horn comes up with a couple of huge interceptions.
Here's the snap, the fake to Hall. Taylor floats it down the seam toward the end zone. Intercepted! J.C. Horn, a one-handed takeaway.
The one-handed.
That was insane. But see, when your defensive line is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and the pass rush is doing what it's supposed to be doing, it creates turnover opportunities.
Interception in the end zone was one of the best defensive plays and one of the best singular plays we saw all season.
I done seen Beyonce here. I done seen The Weeknd here. I ain't never seen nobody like number 8. Oh.
Now they showed you they can also win with defense. And so this is a team that can now drive in multiple lanes, win games in different ways.
But the Panthers defense showed out. They did the job. They held the Jets to just 81 rushing yards. J.C. Horn made plays. Derek Brown dominated the line of scrimmage, and the Panthers get to the finish line. This team is now above 500 after 7 games.
Can I just ask this question? Now, we lost out on Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell became a Pro Bowler. And because the Lions took Penei Sewell, we took J.C. Horn. Now, my question is, if you were to do that draft again, and you were the GM, which of the two would you have taken? You know, if both were available, as of today. Good question, right? That's a tough one. Yeah, I gotta be honest. Knowing what we know now, I would lean towards J.C. Horn. I'm not gonna lie. I would lean towards JC.
Hey, we just won. First away game of the season, baby. Let's go, man. Keep pounding, man. Keep pounding. Oh.
What an excellent free agency it was for Dan Morgan and his team, and Trayvon Merrick was one quintessential member of it.
They make Trayvon Merrick whatever it was, the 4th highest paid safety in football. And the average NFL fan is like, okay, I've never heard of a Trayvon Merrick. What's the point of this? It's not like a top 10 draft pick.
It's not just, oh, who's the best safety? Let's go get him. It's this guy's going to deliver TFLs, right? Which we need.
14 tackles for a loss. Like, just think about that.
We never saw how good he was with the Raiders. Like, we just really didn't know because he was always playing in different schemes.
Him bringing it home as a run defender first, I think, shined complete light. When we talk about Trayvon, I think about that Packers game.
Back at Lambeau, a couple minutes away from kickoff here. The Panthers on the road at the Green Bay Packers.
They dragged Green Bay into the trenches in that game.
That was the exact sort of game that a 2-touchdown underdog on the road is supposed to have.
Green Bay at the time was the #1 team in the NFC.
Boy, game time.
Nobody gave Carolina a chance to go into Green Bay and win. And then they did.
Inside handoff, plows across the 30, has the right side, gets across midfield.
The Packers did not have an answer for Rico Dowdle.
Tossed to Dowdle, up the middle, into the end zone for a touchdown.
They ran the football effectively. They made enough plays through the air.
Steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle. It's complete. That's the rookie, Teteroa McMillan.
Bryce Young made some big plays.
Young under pressure, jump throw over the middle. It is brought in.
The Panthers realized they could win in the trenches.
That was a game where you could say they won that game because of Trayvon.
This is the sort of guy that is, we call him a force multiplier. He unlocks other players.
Come on, boy.
Having a Merrick on the field allows you to hide more of your intentions defensively.
Hey, fit left, fit left.
You can play him anywhere. You can be in base and nickel at the same time. You can be in nickel and dime at the same time.
Nickel left, nickel left.
Because he offers you that chess piece versatility.
You want to send him, you want to blitz him, you want to have him be a guy who you encourage to really attack the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
The impact he was able to make on the run defense allowed everybody else to play their game a little bit easier. He was the eraser. He just cleaned up.
He can play safety. He can drop back in coverage.
We talk about combo safeties in the NFL. It used to be the days you put Earl Thomas up here, you put Cam Chancellor down there, and you were done. But we like to play a lot of two-high, so now you need to be able to do both and switch pre-snap and switch post-snap.
Hey, pump.
It didn't matter if a back got 5 yards, he'd come in and knife. He'd get in the backfield.
Love the snap. Back pedals, throws deep.
He's a coverage eraser. He takes away that first read because he sees the hot route.
And it's incomplete. Oh, yeah!
A safety in a linebacker's body or a linebacker in a safety's body, and his ability to be an interchangeable piece in both of those roles gives Adro Overo so many different options on how to deploy the rest of the defense.
This is a keystone in the arch.
Long takes a shot deep downfield into triple coverage. It's intercepted by Merritt. He gets up to the 27, has the 30, near side 40, stiff arm 45, across midfield and out of bounds across the Green Bay 40-yard line.
Incredible interception, takes it back 36 yards, set them up for a score.
So the thing is just one score the whole way, and all of a sudden, there's 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and you're down. Like, you weren't ready for this.
There was only one way that game was going to end, and it was on a field goal.
Then at the end, our version of Fitzmagic.
Fitzgerald from 49 for the win. Jansen the snap, Martin the hold. Fitzgerald drives the leg. The kick is up. It is good! Ryan Fitzgerald delivers, and Carolina silences Lambeau Field. 16-13. It's one of the bigger wins the Panthers have had in the last few years.
You're thinking to yourself, okay, there's something here.
Let's go!
That Packers team went into the season as a Super Bowl favorite.
That was one of the signature wins of the season, and it was also a shockwave sent to the rest of the NFL. The Panthers just went to Green Bay and beat Packers and Lambeau. I think we all saw the Saints on the schedule and said, well, those are 2 wins. And then you find out it's the NFL and anything can happen. That last piece isn't how you handle adversity. It's not winning on the road. It's how you handle success. And that piece was a challenge for this team this year.
Yep.
And it was a challenge against the Saints.
Yep.
It was a roller coaster ride. There is no doubt about it. And for every good win, there was a loss that kind of made you scratch your head.
We talked about being us, and that starts in the beginning of the week. we get a little rhythm, we get a little positivity, we got to learn how to handle that.
I was happy for Bryce as a professional because I saw him be a more vocal leader. You could see a different person at quarterback than you had the previous couple of years.
We have to be focused. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, it's too hard of a league for us to come in here and think we can scratch a game off the list. It doesn't work like that, myself included.
Given what he's been through, I think Bryce understands for sure there is no time to be comfortable at all. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, first overall pick, and they still put him on the bench. If that isn't a wake-up call to say, hey, look, the NFL stands for not for long. Whether you're on the top or the bottom, I think that reality definitely is something that's in the forefront of everyone's mind there.
We got to focus. We need everything. That same hunger we have when we're the underdog, we're behind. We need that every Sunday, no matter who we're playing, because it doesn't matter. Coach talks about that all the time. We lost versus us this whole week. We can't let that happen again. Bring it up.
Preach, Bryce. Preach. Preach. He's so right about that. Oh, man. I love this side of Bryce. I love this. This is what I needed to see out of him. You know, we had an inconsistent coaching staff, inconsistent, management and all that. And, different systems, 4 different systems coming in. You never saw that side of Bryce until now. Now you're seeing that side of Bryce. And he's saying, this is what we need to be doing. We need to stay hungry. We need to do this, and this, to win. And not forget that this is a not for long league. And he's exactly right. That's what I need to see out of Bryce. And I'm so happy to see that development. Very, very good.
Family on 3, 1, 2, 3. Bam.
I like Bryce. He showed me a lot in terms of confidence, the leadership. And so many times we evaluate quarterbacks on what they do, how they look, off-platform throws. I like to look at how the other 10 guys respond to them. That tells me more than anything.
It is the 62nd meeting all time between these I-85 rivals. The Panthers will try to do something it's only done twice previously. That's sweep the season series from Atlanta.
For Bryce Young, it's been really promising. Has not been perfect. I mean, we've seen plenty of good, talented quarterbacks who, when it all matters, get worse. And Bryce gets better.
I knew his caliber of his football IQ and the way he led his teammates was always going to have it in the NFL.
Young remains in the shotgun, slot left. Here's the snap, fake to Rico. Bryce moves the pocket, throws over the middle, wide open, Legette dragging tacklers all the way inside the 25 to the 20-yard line.
He thrives in an opponent's territory. So the fact that that game's being played in Atlanta, the fact that they had already stepped on their throat once that season, Bryce just looks different in games like that. Like, that's when you really see him walk around. I'm like, God, that guy can hang.
Here's the snap. Bryce fakes to Rico, throws to Tet near the goal line. Tet fighting across the goal line for a Panthers touchdown. Falcons getting jumpy. Here's the snap. Here's the blitz, and Bryce is sacked. Taken down back inside the 45-yard line, and Bryce is down.
His ankle gets stepped on, and we all wondered if he was going to come back and finish the game. And the Panthers were down. And now all of a sudden, the momentum you had from Green Bay, much of it was given up with the loss to New Orleans. Now you're wondering if this thing is going to snowball again, and does the train go off the tracks? And he comes out of the game, and he's on the sideline, and Bryce waves the cart off, and he's headed toward the locker room.
The bigger thing is that if you think back to last year when he was benched, I think there were a lot of people who thought that he would wash out, that the pick was wasted, that he wouldn't be able to make it. And instead he bounced back and proved he could play in the league and proved that he's a playmaker.
Bryce just popped out from the sideline. Bryce is going to come back in.
And he authors one of the great games by a quarterback in the history of the franchise.
Here's the snap, fake to Chuba. Bryce steps up, fires over the middle, caught by McMillan. He's got the 45, angles near side, across midfield, into Atlanta territory, and ducks out of bounds at the Falcon 30.
Not only does he go off, he breaks Cam Newton's franchise record, 448 passing yards.
The snap, fake to Rico. Young backpedals, steps up, avoids the rush, throws downfield. He's got Coker across the 40-yard line of Atlanta for a first down. Bryce the snap, time in the pocket, going deep, down the left side for Leggett, makes the catch. Touchdown, Carolina.
448 yards off a stepped-on ankle. Do y'all remember Thomas Davis, who had like a broken arm in the Super Bowl and still played and still made tackles? Dude. Bryce has that dog in him. Bryce has that dog in him, y'all.
You wanted the big play. You got the big play. Blitz off the edge.
Crazy.
Young checks down to Dowdle. He gets a block upfield. Rico's got the 30, 25-20, far sideline, tiptoeing the sideline.
That's, I think, the game where you could see what T-Mac could be, right? Because the Falcons are very accustomed to saying, well, A.J. Terrell takes wide receiver 1, and we don't have to worry about that. And T-Mac said, you're going to have to worry about that a little bit. Like, you know, I could be something here in this league that's a little bit more dangerous.
Young looking around.
Yeah, that was a fun matchup. I really enjoyed watching that matchup because T-Mac wore him out in that game. He gave him a run for his money. And we're used to seeing A.J. Terrell just dominate wide receivers and take them out of the game. You know, game after game after game after game. No matter whether the Falcons were winning or losing, you could always count on A.J. Terrell to shut down the number 1 wide receiver for the majority of the game. You know, and it's reflected in the numbers. T-Mac was on another level that game. And I have to say, that was so fun and entertaining to watch. Shout out T-Mac on that one. He clearly won that battle. And I'm very, very impressed.
Looking, he'll take off and run. Now throws to the end zone. McMillan, left corner, makes the catch. Touchdown, Carolina. Bryce takes the chest high snap, looking right, throwing rides. Coker, he's open. He makes the catch. The conversion is good. It's 27-24.
I remember going into that game, the Falcons had the number 1 pass defense in football, and there was all the talk about maybe what they could do to shut down Bryce Young.
The snap, the hold by Pinion. Gonzalez kicks it away. It is up.
Okay, breaking news. Austin Corbett is signed by the Buffalo Bills. Austin Corbett signed by the Buffalo Bills, man. Dang. Bills, why do y'all need our former players? Why are y'all still trying to be like us? Bro, y'all are dominating the AFC North. Why do you need to be like us? Why do you need our players? I don't get it. I don't get it. That is wild to me. But yeah, that's breaking news, though. Breaking news as of right now.
And it's good. We're tied at 27, and we've got overtime. Carolina with the football. All they need is a field goal. Young the snap. Has time. Throws to Tremble. Makes the catch at the 35. Stiff arm 40. Has room. There goes Tommy. Down the right sideline across midfield. He's got the 30, the 20. Tommy Tremble with the thunder.
What you're seeing is...
And see, like, plays like that, that's why I don't mind us running back the tight end trio that we have, because I think that all 3 of these guys are talented on their own levels and what they bring to the team. You know, and they've shown the production, they've shown the talent, they've shown the discipline, and they've done what they're supposed to do, you know. So, I have no problem with all 3 of these guys running it back.
The manifestation of what it is that made him the first pick in the draft, and also a level of toughness that he's not a guy that's going to let the bad stuff drag him down, and his ability to bounce back and have a game like that, I think, is a great example.
JJ the snap. Martin puts it down. Fitzgerald swings the leg. The kick is good, and the Panthers walk it off in overtime again in Atlanta.
He looked like Alabama Bryce Young, and I'll forever remember that memory of him limping to the podium after the game.
It's just resilience. Coach does a great job of setting that standard. No matter what, we're on to the next play. He talks about refocusing all the time. We have to refocus from good, from bad, from adversity, whatever it is. And I'm just so proud of this group. Everyone's excited for the next play. Everyone always has faith, believes in each other. And we're able to do that today. So that was great, and we have to continue to be resilient.
The corners all season emerged as one of the real strengths of that team. And we saw it in San Francisco.
Purdy from his own end zone, zips one over the middle, intercepted by J.C. Horn. He's got it at the 25, across the 20, and brings it down to the 16.
Fantastic play by J.C. Horn right here.
He is a lockdown #1 apex predator at cornerback.
When you have that big corner in this league who can run with the top wide receivers, you see it as a difference-making thing. J.C. Horn has shown himself to be the kind of guy that opposing offenses will try and scheme around.
If a quarterback is looking and it's like, all right, 8th pick of the draft, 5th round, I'm going that 5th round. Like, just being 100.
When you talk about how well J.C. Horn plays, of course, offenses are going to look the other way. Look at the other corner. Mike Jackson stepped up.
Purdy steps up, throws toward the end zone, intercepted again, picked off in the end zone by Carolina and Mike Jackson.
Every time he got tested, he punched back.
He showed he can play man. He showed he can do different things in disguise. Physical player, not afraid to come up and run support. This dude, why are they still throwing at him?
Me holding down my sides, like I get a pick or 2 PBUs. Now that quarterback, like, all right, I gotta go to the other side.
Deep drop in the pocket, launches over the middle, intercepted by Horn again. He's got the 45, he's got midfield. It's the 3rd interception by Carolina in this opening half.
You get those two guys on the outside, they're not afraid of anybody, and it showed. You put that cornerback tandem up against anybody else in the NFL.
I think our defense has done a really good job of identifying route concept and just being at the right spot when they need to be.
I feel like those two just elevated each other in so many different ways, you know, and with Mike Jack turning up and doing what he does, you know, now we have to have that discussion of, you know, how much does this dude get paid? You know, and that's a very good place to be when you're starting up those conversations with a player like that we got for a bag of Doritos and a sandwich, you know, trade pick wise, you know, now we can start to have those kinds of conversations. That's exciting to me. You know, that shows me how much talent we've got now and how much we are building. And I'm excited for our future when it comes to continuing to build this secondary up. And we're going to add pass rushers. We're going to add linebackers. We're going to add a safety, you know, to that. And we're going to continue to build on that already previous success. And it's so awesome. So awesome. You know, and Seattle didn't know what they had. I mean, let's be real. Seattle had no idea what they had.
Final score from Levi's Stadium, 49ers 20, Panthers 9.
There's still a few growing pains to be had, but the strength of the team was revealed in that game, and I think there was a greater appreciation for just how good the two cornerbacks were.
Morning, man. Let me begin here by thanking Coach Canales for giving me the opportunity to talk with you guys about something that I think is really important to all of us, and that's the power of grit.
Wow, it's a battle of attrition, both physically and mentally. You get challenged and pushed to your limits in different ways, and it will test your resilience, your belief in the message that you're getting from the coaches, the kind of coaching you're getting from the coaches, and it'll also test your self-belief.
What is grit? Grit, okay, is a relentless drive to keep going when things get tough. It's the courage, okay, to fail and the determination to come back. It's making sure, okay, that we don't refuse to let setbacks, okay, define our story.
From like week 9 on.
Setbacks. Okay.
In particular, the wins and losses were alternating back and forth. They weren't able to string together back-to-back games. I mean, that can be mentally exhausting to kind of feel like, okay, this week we got to win. Then the next week, oh, the air goes out of the balloon. And then you got to kind of fight back and see if you can get a win the next week. Oh, we got one. Maybe we can build on it. Oh, we can't build it. Like, that's taxing. A lot of teams would crack. A lot of teams would start making postseason plans as far as where we're going on vacation. You didn't get the sense that Carolina was kind of built that way.
Now, its ability to push forward and continue to grind. And it's really the difference between who we are now and who we want to become. Where we are now and where we want to end up. And it's not something that any of us are born with. Okay? It's something that we build over a period of time.
Cross.
Very wise words from Don Capers. I completely agree.
Country trip after a Monday night game.
All right, I'm going to take a restroom break. Be back in about 2 minutes, and we're going to finish this up. Don't go anywhere, guys. Hit that like button. I will be right back. Sit tight. All right, guys. Let me read chat real quick, and then we'll talk more. And we'll finish up this video, and then we'll get to the press conferences. Okay. Where are we at? Because I didn't see some of these comments until checking my live feed. So let me see. Let me see which ones I missed real quick. Shout out Jeffrey Stamper. Appreciate you being in here, man. Okay, I read that one. Okay, Marcos Cash says he's been studying nose tackles just today. Dominic Orange, Cameron Ball are all our defensive tackles that are big enough to play nose tackle. Caden McDonald, Lee Hunter, Chris McKellen, DeMonte Cap, and Brandon Cleveland are all true nose tackles. And I'll stop right there. Because I think that Caden McDonald may drop to us at 19. Although I can't guarantee that that's where we're going with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure where specifically we're going with this pick. Yeah. So let's see what else we've got here. Dan Morgan was at Texas Tech today talking with Jacob Rodriguez. Excellent. Dan Morgan went in person. Interesting. I feel like we're putting too much emphasis on Jacob Rodriguez to where everybody now knows that that's a potential target for us in the second round, and I don't necessarily like that, because if you're trying to run a draft board, you don't want other teams really jumping on the person that you're targeting, so, or getting a hold of that information too early. So I'm kind of slightly concerned about how much emphasis we're putting on Rodriguez at the moment, unless we have no plans to draft him at all, and this is a complete distraction from what we're already looking at besides him. And you targeted somebody else, so you wanted to use him as the distraction. I mean, that could be possible. I've seen that done several times as well, by GMs. It's a common tactic. But I don't know that that's necessarily what we're going to do. I think we are actually targeting Jacob Rodriguez. And that's what my concern is. So if that is the case, then be careful, Dan. Be careful not to let the scouts figure out what you're doing. And it was at Texas Longhorns on Tuesday talking with Anthony Hill Jr. Interesting. Okay. Move Ricky to right tackle in 2027 for when Taylor Moton retires. That's a good suggestion, actually. I could see that working. Has he played right tackle significantly enough to be able to do that? If so, I like the idea. I do. Icky is a good player who was coming into the fifth-year option this year, and the injury has been a hard injury to come back from at full strength with. Yeah, true. I agree with that, Big Chief. So that's why we're having that discussion about Icky, is like, what is his future? What are we going to do with him? Six Ring says, we're going to bite you guys just like the Puka run. We'll see. Try Icky out at left tackle. If not, move him to left guard. And I mean, there was a lot of discussion about moving him to left guard. But he would be a left guard as a backup, because we've already got somebody starting at left guard. See, that's the thing. And Icky is starter material. That's the issue there. That's why, I like the idea of moving him over to right tackle when Taylor Moton retires better than I do moving him over to left tackle. left guard, because you're still getting Icky as a starter. You know what I'm saying? Not just as a backup option. But if we are able to draft a solid right tackle, and have that draftable right tackle behind Icky for a year or two, learning behind him, until he's ready to take over, and then move Icky to left guard, then I would be perfectly fine with that. Because at that point, we know we've got that type of depth. And we would sign a right guard depth piece, right tackle depth piece behind Icky once we decided to do that move. So I think that's definitely viable as an option, definitely. If you still want to keep him around. They haven't restricted his contract at all. I thought they did. Huh. I guess he was scheduled to make that that $17 million already on his original rookie contract. I thought they did. I don't remember. Patriots need Puka. Six Ring says. Yeah. They do. They're trying to build a wide receiver core that's really, really prominent right now. They've already got two really good pieces already, and they're trying to get Puka now. So we'll see what happens there. Welcome, Jeffrey Stamper. He says, "What's going on, brother? We just got some weapons on our team. You happy now?" Yes, I am. Very happy. Keep pounding, bro. Carolina Panthers are back in black and blue. Yes, they are. Yes, 100%. I heard the Panthers are going to draft a quarterback in April 2026. Hoping it might be the Alabama go-to 15. I don't think we need to, do we? We've already got... We just picked up Kenny Pickett. But if you want to, we can. If we've already used all our picks, and we don't really need to get aggressive there. And we got a pick that we're not really doing much with. I say why not. But, the thing is, I would prefer us to run 3 quarterbacks on the 53. But a lot of people disagree. So, they think that spot is better suited for somebody on the defensive end. Which I'm not going to disagree, since we need a lot of help at defense, on the defensive side of things right now. So, once we get to a comfortable spot, I would like to see 3 quarterbacks carried, 1 on practice squad. But I'm not going to argue with the fact that they're not doing it. You know what I mean? If you want to abide by the people that want 2 quarterbacks on the 53 instead of 3. Hey kid, text Brian showing how to land guys the championship for the Super Bowl. That's the kind of quarterback we need. The leadership right away along with Kenny Pickett. Yep. For sure. Alright, let's get back to this unless anybody's got any comments that they would like to share. We still got a little bit to go here. So, I want to react to this fully and see what we get here.
Trayvon Merrick was suspended. Christian Roseboom was out. J.C. Horn was out with a concussion. The Rams were the hottest team in the NFL. Matthew Stafford was playing at an MVP level, hadn't thrown an interception since week 3. This was a game you almost looked at from the outside looking in and said, just get through the game healthy Don't worry about the results. And then we'll worry about everything after the bye week.
The Rams came into that game like the unstoppable team. They were the Super Bowl favorite. Everybody loved them. The people I work with on ESPN were like, well, this is the most complete team, et cetera, et cetera.
Everyone in the world was picking the Rams to win the Super Bowl prior to that game. And by the time the playoffs rolled around, everyone was picking them again. So this was legitimately one of, if not the top team in the entire NFC that you're facing.
On the final day of November, you can feel the cold blast of December. The Los Angeles Rams, winners of 6 straight.
They're 9-2. What we later learn is the MVP Matthew Stafford playing amazing ball, and the Panthers defense rises up.
They ain't never seen this for 60 minutes. Let's show these up. Let's do our job for 60 minutes. 30 on 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Trips to the right, shot.
You know, and he's exactly right. The Rams had never seen us play for 60 minutes. And they didn't know what we were capable of. They didn't know who we were walking into that game. We were a different team than when we started out. And we showed them.
Gun snap on 3rd down. Stafford's pass is tipped, and it's picked off in the end zone by Nick Scott.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there because I heard a lot of people talking about this interception during the regular season and even in the early off season. So let's kind of take this in slow motion here. I want to show people what this is. He was in the right spot at the right time. He got lucky. So let's take a closer look at this. Let's slow this down. Good pass rush here. I think the ball was tipped, wasn't it? Let me see. I don't get many chances to break down film, so I'm gonna try to take it as best I can. Yeah, it was tipped by who is this? Right here, 95. Yep. So it was Derek Brown. Derek Brown tips it. And he just happens to be at the right place at the right time. Mike Jack's covering his guy over here. You know, he just happens to be doubling him up right here. And perfect place, perfect timing. So,
huge takeaway.
Really special moments came in the secondary at really opportune times.
Yeah,
I'm
Derek
thinking
Brown
of
tipped it.
Mike Jackson's pick 6 on Stafford.
Chest high snap, 4-man rush. Quick throw near side, picked again. Mike Jack down the right sideline.
And that was an excellent play too, because he read the play. Mike Jack understood what was going on, jumped in front of it, and then it was off to the races.
Throws a block on Stafford. Jackson takes it in for a pick 6.
It was just really cool for him to rise to the occasion, how special it was for him to do it in front of the Panthers fans. I think must have just been electric in that game.
The Rams were moving the ball the way they wanted to. Then there would be the turnover, and to be a team that can take advantage of that against a Rams defense that came in playing pretty well.
Here's the snap. Rice throws down the right sideline, hits Coker in stride, and he drags a defender into the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Jalen Coker from Bryce Young.
The thing I remember from that most is just going back that week, you know, after the game and just watching people's reactions to this game. And that highlight right there was one of the biggest highlights that everybody saw. And they were just amazed. They were amazed at what Coker could do. And, I mean, Jalen Coker just shocked the world this year. And now people know who he is. They know what he can do. So it's like, okay, now we've got to start doubling him up. We got to start guarding him, which is going to create opportunities for Mitchell Evans. It's going to create opportunities for Jimmy Horn. It's going to create one-on-ones for T-Mac over there as well. So, occasionally. So, I'm excited, you know, that Coker had that development and had the success he did, because that's opening so many doors for what we can do offensively. Excellent signing undrafted signing by Dan Morgan. That's probably the best undrafted signing we've ever had. You know, in the last 10 years, 10, 15 years.
We're going to close the game out. I'll tell you, we're going to close the game out.
It was a loud crowd, and they impacted the game, and they impacted the Rams, and it started to give you a sign that the people are coming back. Charlotte's becoming a Panther city again. The Carolinas are becoming a Panthers region again.
Good job, way to get there.
Back to throw. Pressure from Ransom, and he gets home. Ransom notice. Lathan Ransom with his first career sack.
And here's the thing with Ransom. We had about 2 or 3 good safeties on the board at the time that you could have chosen any one of the 3, you know, and it would have been an excellent choice. But we chose Ransom. And there was something about Ransom that stood out to this management. And it was plays like that. When you're watching it back on film, you know, of his college career highlights, you'll notice what he does effectively and consistently is he is a very aggressive player. A very excellent tackler, and he's very quick. Not just with speed, but mindset-wise. He understands what you're doing. You know, he understands where he needs to be and what he needs to be reacting to and how. You know, he's got a high football IQ. So, you know, Ransom is an excellent, excellent selection. I'm very, very pleased with that pick. And I absolutely was hyped when I saw we picked him during the draft. Because he was on my board. He was on my mock draft board as well. You know, so I knew he would be on Dan's. I knew that this was just one of the few choices that really made this team what it was last year. And we hit on every single pick consistently. Every one of them. Played snaps and made an impact. Dan Morgan is just batting 1,000 with draft picks right now. Except for XL, you know, you're going to miss one, you know, but I say, wait a minute, you know, on XL. Let's just see what he does. Because no GM is perfect when drafting a board. You know, you're going to miss one once in a blue moon. It's going to happen. But, you know, did he miss the mark that much with XL? That's up for people to debate. You know what I mean? But did he miss it with Lathan? No. Did he miss it with Brady Christensen or Cade Mays? No. Did he miss it with Bryce? No. Every single one of these gentlemen has made an impact. Every single one of them. T-Mac, all of them have made an impact. We still have yet to see Travis Etienne make an impact, but Trevor Etienne, my bad. I keep thinking of his brother because his brother was in Clemson, but Trevor Etienne make an impact yet. But we shall see. It's early. Same with XL. It's early. But XL is running out of time. I will say that. That's why people are having multiple debates about him. The Joker face that Ransom did is fire. Right. If XL doesn't step up this year, I say move him to tight end. I mean, we've got enough tight ends right now, so I think we're good. I think if he doesn't step up, we just trade him and then use that pick for another wide receiver. Simple. You know, whatever value that is.
It's 4th and 2 from the LA 43. Bryce off play action.
Look at this protection. This is 100% different from the first year of Dave Canales and building this offensive line. Look at Icky over here, handling his business. Look at Brady Christensen, handling his business. Look over here. You don't see any pressure coming. Bryce has a clean pocket right here. That's the difference. That's what happens when you are fixing up this offensive line. And watch what happens next.
Time in the pocket, throws downfield for McMillan, makes the catch of the 12.
On target, right in front of him, in stride. That's what happens when Bryce has the time to do that. I just mean to say being at tight end elevates his game up. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. If another team wants us to do that, they could do that. But we've got a solid enough tight end room. I'm happy with it. We're, of course, going to upgrade that down the line because we're always looking for upgrades. You know, that's the name of the game. But right now, I'm happy with the tight end room. So.
He's got the 10, the 5, touchdown T-Mac, touchdown Carolina, and the Panthers take the lead with 6:34 to go.
You saw.
And see, like, we had one-on-one coverage on T-Mac right there, and that's why he was able to pick that up and see that. Everybody else was being covered because we were throwing it to Coker, we were throwing it to tight ends, we were throwing it to whoever else, you know. So we finally had that one-on-one right there. And the Rams thought, okay, yeah, this is one-on-one. We're trying to cover up the run. We're trying to cover up whatever else is going on. So they leave him wide open. They don't put enough pressure on Bryce. One-on-one deep. 7 out of 10 times T-Mac will win. He's got that speed. He's got that acceleration. He's got the hands. Excellent, excellent touchdown right there. And see, this is the type of analysis I want to do if I'm able to break down game film. Because I want to break down like footwork, I want to break down hands, I want to break down all of this stuff. Because, and I got a clip to show y'all later on as well.
Quintessential Bryce Young, clutch at the end. But I remember this game for the defense and the play Garrett Brown makes to sack Matthew Stafford in the fourth quarter. When they're potentially driving, we've seen this picture before, the quarterback leads them down the field, but no, your guy, your big guy who you've missed for a year, comes in and does what they say he can't do. They say he can't rush the passer. How about this?
2:34 on the game clock. Stafford shotgun snap, 4-man rush. They're bringing pressure. Eric Brown strips the ball. No. Picked up by Carolina. DJ Wadham recovers the fumble, takes it to midfield. There's Derek Brown making the play of the game.
I think Derek Brown is a special young talent that not only is important for the building, but for the fan base as well. And my God, is that guy competitive. He is tenacious. He wants to ruin quarterbacks' lives, and that's exactly the kind of person you want to have as a leader on that D.
What a win for the Carolina Panthers, knocking off the #1 team in the NFC and maybe the best team in the NFL.
In my opinion, our tight end room is garbage. Sanders is soft. Glass can't stay healthy. Trumbull is a threat in the passing game. And Evans is a blocking tight end. I see more than that. I see Sanders has a lot of talent. Yeah, he is injury prone a little bit, but you know, I don't put that label completely on him yet. As far as Trimble, yes, he's very much a threat in the passing game. And Mitchell Evans is a little bit more than a blocking tight end, in my opinion. He's gotten some touchdowns. You know, don't discredit him. You know, take a closer look at him. Take a closer look at his numbers. Because I really like Mitchell Evans. I thought it was an excellent draft pick, and that was the guy on my board as well at the time. Late rounds. at exactly the place that we picked him. So, I'm very pleased with that. He was my top graded tight end at the time. For those late rounds. If you're looking at like higher tight ends, then no, I had other guys listed as better tight ends than him, of course, but late rounds, that's who I saw us going after. And you saw it in multiple mock drafts that I picked him in late rounds as a pickup. So I'm pleased with that. I think that was the right pick for us to choose, and he's made an impact. I think there's more in Sanders than he's showing right now. We have to keep him healthy. We have to keep him on the field. We have to keep him aggressively making plays in order to see that potential. Tommy Tremble just wasn't thrown to because we had so many other weapons on this offense that sometimes they were open, sometimes they weren't. So when they weren't open, Mitchell Evans and Tommy Tremble became options for us to throw to. So it was kind of like a safety blanket, if you will, for Bryce Young. In the new system this past year. And that's exactly what we wanted. This year is loaded with tight ends. You can literally find first-round talent in all the 7th rounds. Yes, but we have bigger needs. That's the concern. We could choose between a linebacker, a safety, a corner, a defensive tackle in the first round, and get first round value. Yes, you would still get first round value out of a tight end, but is that our biggest need right now? No. Not in my opinion. Would I like to upgrade that still in the future? Absolutely. That's definitely still on the table, as I've mentioned before on a few different streams here. But is that our biggest concern right now? No. Our defense is our biggest concern right now. And, I started looking at Messidor, the Miami edge rusher, and I'm starting to warm up to him a little bit. He's got good numbers, good measurables. I saw him in the combine. I like him. So he's on the table as an option. We've got about half a dozen options, like I said. Who we're actually going to go with is anybody's guess. But I think in any one of these cases, you can't lose at 19. Even trading down, you still can't lose because you're still limiting yourself to about 4 different options. 3 or 4 different options. And they'd still be on the board, once you trade down, if you stay in the first round. So, I'm not really jumping on the bandwagon of let's go after Shadik Charles because that's what everybody wants us to do. I've got a lot of different options that I like. Messidor is one of them, of course. Sonny Styles is another one, if he drops to us, which I don't know that he will. I've seen in a lot of mock drafts that he sits between 10 and 15. And that's the problem. Messidor is 25 years old. He will be 30 years old by the time his deal was up. Yeah, that's a solid point. We are trying to go young, so I don't think Messidor will be on the table for Dan, considering his game plan here of staying young. So that's a solid point, Marcos. Very solid point. I forgot about that when I was looking through the numbers. He has production, but I'll pass on him. Fair enough. And I mean, there's no right or wrong answer of the half dozen, that we're looking at. So, honestly, whoever you choose out of that half dozen determines the rest of your draft. Which direction you're going to go next with the second round pick. Say you get Sonny Styles, then you're not looking at a linebacker in the second round. Or you could choose to double up in the second round and get Jacob Rodriguez. There are options on the table. That's what I'm saying. So, we'll do a mock draft. We could do one today. I'd rather get through all these press conferences first, and this too, first, before we get to all the mock draft stuff, because once we get into mock draft stuff, it'll be just go, 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 you know what I mean? And it'll be pedal to the metal in April with mock drafts. And I'm just trying to enjoy this little bit of time before we have to start doing that, Because once we do start doing that, it's going to be a grind for about 3.5 weeks. So,
the Rams, they're good and they're rolling, and they got the MVP, and then to go out and beat them, again, like it was, the discussion was sort of like, man, the Rams are inconsistent. Meanwhile, the Panthers are like, hello. And I think it's a pretty cool thing to get the NFL to pay attention collectively like that.
That was a game where I was like, okay, here they come. Now, they go and they lose 3 of their next 4 after the bye. And that's what they can't have happen. You can't have lapses at the end of the season. Things change quickly in the NFL. You can flip and become a Super Bowl team like the Patriots, or you can go in the toilet real quick. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to build this thing, build it.
Facts.
They come out of the bye week, they're in first place, and you're looking at the game against New Orleans, and you start to think, hold on a second, you beat New Orleans, you go and beat Tampa the next week, you could wrap up the division with 2 weeks remaining in the season. You're poised for a playoff run, and you go to the Superdome. And I thought Carolina, even after tying the game late, made a couple of penalties, self-inflicted wounds.
It's an empty set. Shuck the snap. He's going to run it straight up the middle. He goes down. Flag down. The Panthers might get called for a late hit. Oh, no. Penalties have been the bugaboo for Carolina. 11 today. Uncharacteristic for one of the least penalized teams in the league this season. And now the Saints may just kick the field goal here. A rookie mistake by Ransom.
None of us thought that they would go and lose to the Saints twice. But it comes back to that last piece. Handling success. You had the win against the Rams. All right, now you lose. But then Tampa lost too. So you get Tampa at home, and all of a sudden, you're really starting to feel the ground swell.
You got something?
Hey, I just want to say something real quick. First of all, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I feel like this year, week to week, we progress to be the team that we say we are. And I'm not here to say anything new, just to remind y'all, man, press into each other, press into what we know. Whether it's a little more film, a little more recovery, whatever it takes, man. You're right there. Feel me?
I love that. Love that message right in front.
Great message. Caden McDonald at 19, Jacob Rodriguez at 51, Zion Young at 83. That's your dream scenario for the first 3 rounds. Sell me on Zion Young. I'm with you on the first 2. Sell me on Zion Young. I want to know what you see in him.
Us, it's always going to be that, guys. Can we continue to find more? All right, right here.
As the season went on, the division was going to come down to the 2 Bucs games.
Baker Mayfield's a hard quarterback to have in your division. There were some challenges along the way. I think the defense knew that they had to step up.
Man, let's stay together all day.
Feel me? Through the good, through the bad, through whatever, we stay together, man. We're going to make it happen at one speed. Let's go.
Tampa had been to the playoffs.
Love those black helmets, by the way. Those things are awesome.
5 years in a row. They had won the division 4 years ago. You had to go through Tampa to win the division.
That all black dude. Oh man, that's how you knew we were getting serious. We break out that all midnight black, man. I love it.
We know what's ahead today, dog. You the fucking juice right now, dog. Believe it right now, coach. Believe it. Let's get it. Work on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Week 16, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in town at first place in the NFC South on the line.
Good play, boy. Come on, big boy.
And Vita Vea in at fullback.
Yeah, this is one where you've got to play all parties on this one.
It's an offset eye with big number 50, Vita Vea, 6'4", 347 at fullback.
Right
Here's the snap. Tucker running left side, trips, now changes direction, running right side. Can he get the edge? No, he can't.
That's the type of D-line play I want to see, and goal line play. We used to be dominant at doing exactly that right there in 2015. That's what I'd like to see us get back to consistently. That's one of the goals I'd like to see our defense step on. Put on the box sheet for this year coming up.
What up? What up, hey? What up, hey? That's how you do that, boy. Hey.
We could really make them fight for these ends of protection.
You guys know what that is. Get your cleats in the ground in a 2x2 operation. Be ready for that thing to stay on the move. So be looking for that.
Bryce Young, once again, came alive with a fourth quarter comeback. And I remember talking to J.C. Horn, and he told me about the nickname he nicknamed Bryce Young. He said, I nicknamed him Ice Young because every time in the fourth quarter and overtime, he is ice in his veins.
Get your mind right to end this. Let's go. It's going to be on us.
Bucks bring the blitz. Young stands in the pocket, throws downfield. He wants Coker, reaches up, makes the catch, flag down. Jalen waving the arms. It's a gain of 34. He has the trust of Bryce Young. Young points skyward.
That end of game interception, right? You think about some of the picks that they got against San Francisco as well. Well, with what they had invested there at the safety spot with Merrick, Ransom as a rookie, JC on the big contract, what Mike Jackson's become to them, man, like if you're going to play that Ejiro Evero style of defense, where we're a little bit more blanket coverage, the theory behind that is you're going to get a lot of 1st and 10s, the 2nd and 5s, and whatever, but we just think over a long drive, eventually I'm going to pick the football off. Eventually you're going to make a mistake and I'm going to get an explosive.
49 seconds on the clock. Carolina nursing a 23-20 lead. Mayfield in the shotgun, twins to the right, chest high snap. Deep in the pocket, Mayfield bouncing around the pocket, throws, and it's picked off at the 30. Panthers football, Lathan Ransom, the rookie, comes up with one of the biggest plays of the season, a diving interception.
We made the right choice, y'all.
The Buccaneers game with the team that has owned this division was really a quintessential element of why this Panther season felt a little different.
Hard-fought game, but a redemption song for Lathan Ransom. That, to me, again, speaks to what you want in a young player, the ability to bounce back from adversity. That's something the Panthers have shown all season.
I dare him to throw deep.
Here it is. There was going to come a moment, okay? Offense had a moment. We went down the field. Ryan nailed the field goal. Hey. And then Ransom for the interception to seal Hey, but I gotta say this, guys. I gotta say this, guys. Look, we've been playing championship playoff football for a long time, okay? For weeks and weeks. We just gotta keep continuing to find a way. We got a hell of a knock coming up, boys. Let's celebrate the hell out of this.
They go and beat the Bucks. All they had to do was really beat Seattle, and the division was theirs.
It was a pleasure to be at that Tampa Bay game, by the way. Absolute pleasure. Walking out of that stadium, man, the energy Oh, man. Oh, man. It was beautiful. Beautiful to witness. I was like, we're back. We're back. We are definitely back.
Doing a hell of a job, but let's not let him off the fucking hook on 3rd and 20, right? Ain't no time to feel bad. Finish.
Good job, Dave. Good job, Dave.
Well, they lose to Seattle, and we find out Seattle turned out to be pretty darn good. But that was another game where I thought the Panthers' defense.
I already knew Seattle was pretty darn good. With all due respect. You know, I was already saying that was probably going to be an L. Which, unfortunately, I was right. But we played pretty hard during that game, I got to say. We earned the respect of the league. You know, even though losing to Seattle, we definitely played them pretty hard.
Played exceptional. Seattle's defense stepped up, forced the Panthers into some turnovers, and Seattle's.
That Seattle defense was one of the best defenses in the league. You know, and it's been documented throughout all of last year. And that's exactly what I was afraid of. Like, the offense wasn't really doing too much for Seattle, but that defense was on fire. I was like, man. And what that reminded me of, y'all remember back in 13 and 14 when we played Seattle? We had some titanic battles with these guys. With Thieves Avenue. That's what that reminded me of. And I was like, we're back. This is the same era repeating itself again. Y'all see it, right? Y'all see this, right? I'll say it. Y'all remember who we beat in double overtime back in 2004? We beat the Rams. The cycle is repeating itself. I'm excited, man. The signs are there showing us that we're on track to make another run. And I am so hyped and ready for this. Zion Young is NFL ready, frame at 6'6", 262, long arms. Excellent pad level for a tall edge defender. Good for lean. Rarely gets knocked around. Holds gaps with length and stout anchor. Alright, so tell me what position he is again. Remind me. Good eyes and solid in the run games. Solid strength. Pushing pocket. As a pass rusher, takes on unblocked situations. Okay. Alright, so he's a pass rusher. Right. I remember the name, but I didn't remember what position he was. Okay. Let me look him up because I actually have the board here. Zion Young. This is the guy you want to look at, right? 6.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 42 tackles, 22 solo. They don't like his 10-yard dash, but they like everything else. His tackling 77%, 88 pass rush, 96 in run defense. He is ranked number 42 on this particular ranking system. ESPN gives him a 3, 27 7 Sports gives him a 3, and Rivals.com gives him a 3. Picked up all Big Ten honors. Okay, so 2024, he played all 13 games, compiling 42 tackles, 5.5 sacks for loss, and 2.2 sacks. We're getting 3 pass breakups. And a fumble recovery, he took 17 yards against Oklahoma. Okay. Good numbers. Ranked 13th nationally among edge rushers. Second team All SEC. I mean, he's got a really stout resume, doesn't he? I'm about it. I think. Will he drop to the 3rd round, though? You think he'll drop to the 3rd? It's possible. We'll take a look at him and see later on. But thank you for bringing him to my attention, Marcos. Appreciate you.
Offense capitalized.
It's for all the marbles next week.
And then week 18 and rainstorm against Tampa.
One play at a time, fellas. Just reset, focus. It's just going to take focus and violence, effort. We're going to be good.
I think Bryce's ability to be a play extender, to be someone who can throw the football outside the pocket, those are all the kind of things that you started to get flashes of as the season progressed. And it culminated really in the Week 18 game when they went down to Tampa. And although you wind up losing that football game, you still saw some of that big playability that wound up earning him the Heisman Trophy.
Tough, bro. We're not out. Still got a chance, right?
It doesn't go the way you need it to go, but Atlanta does the Panthers a solid, and you find a way into the playoffs.
I think in that division, with the Buccaneers having won it 4 years in a row, the Panthers were one of the surprises of the 2025 season.
For Carolina to get back to the playoffs, you felt it around town.
Good afternoon. What's up, champ? I'm supposed to say, what's up, champ? Don't call me nothing else. Hey, however we got to get it done, it took 17 games. Every single one of these was a championship opportunity. That's real, okay? I would have loved to put hats on in that locker room. I would have loved for that to happen. But guess what? We put in the work. Could we have worked any harder? Hell no. We're going to find an edge, though. We're going to try to find a way. Film's your friend, guys. I'm telling you. I told you guys this. I promise you this. I'm going to keep asking you for just a little bit more.
It's a playoff city once again.
14 teams make it on Saturday. Rams take on the Panthers.
We got a special guest. He's going to talk to us a little bit about championship mindset. Everybody, Richard Sherman.
Ooh.
What's up, Sherman?
Appreciate y'all. It's a dogfight out there, fellas, and I'm not the only one that can tell you that. Anybody that has been in these playoffs understands that it's a damn dogfight. Play in and play out. Every play matters. There's going to be some adversity. It does not always go how you want it to go, but trust your preparation, trust your teammates, trust yourself and everything you've done to get here. You deserve to be here. You belong here.
You're going to that playoff game at home having just...
Wow. Richard Sherman talked to him. Wow. Well, I did not see that coming. And that dude's seen his share of playoffs. Let me tell you, he's got some stories to tell from his time in his uniform. So, that's cool. That's really cool.
Beating them, 6 weeks earlier? They weren't going to be scared.
The Panthers went in like, we can beat these guys.
It had been, a decade.
We went in with that attitude because we already did. We beat them before.
decades since you had really had that magnitude of moments for this Panthers team.
Yeah, we're back. 10 years later. Every time you go out there, every time you step on that football field, it means something. But in these playoffs, it's do or die. Fellas, I wish you nothing but the best. Good luck. Go get this win.
And then the atmosphere for the playoff game was incredible. There was buzz all week. Is Cam Newton going to bang the drum?
Please welcome Panthers legend, Cam Newton.
The echoes of the past with what's happening in the present. A reminder of what had happened and a reminder of what could happen.
Today be you.
Yep.
The same you you've been your whole life. The worst put in.
You could see how much this meant to the city.
The crowd and the energy, there's nothing like it, man.
And boy, was that stadium rocking.
You could really feel the momentum crescendo.
Love you, dog. Let's do this.
And then the Panthers gave that Rams team everything they had.
Stafford under center, throws in the flat, near side Nakua, makes the catch of the 20, and picks up a first down.
You know, they come in the game as 10-point dogs. The Rams are right there with the Seahawks, best teams in the NFC.
Looking, throws to the end zone, Nakua for a touchdown.
The question on the outside is, are they up to it?
Bryce, quick slant. He's got Coker across the 30 for a first down. Throws right side. He's got McMillan at the 32, near sideline. Bryce guns it across the middle, diving catch. 23 on the play for Teteroa McMillan.
I think some people might have thought this is going to be a blowout, but the Panthers fought back.
Here's the snap, the give to Chuba! Touchdown! Chuba Hubbard! One of the core guys!
That's you guys. Great protection. Great job. Great communication. Great protection all drive.
If they had gone out and the Rams had beat them 50-0, I'd be sitting here going, okay. They didn't. It was a really competitive game.
You had Coker over the middle of the field in that game multiple times with his speed.
Fires over the middle, it is complete. Inside the 40, 35, Coker, angles, left side 20, 15, 10, pushed out of bounds by Kitchens. A gain of 52 for Jalen Coker.
Hell yeah, Coach. Let's go, baby.
You don't have a lot of teams that are running 2 6'3" guys at the wideout spot, and both of them have enough speed to actually challenge these crossing lanes. The Rams just have small corners. When you put some skyscrapers out in the field, there are some defenses that don't know how to deal with that.
McMillan makes the catch inside the 20.
T-Mac's the sort of receiver. In fact, with these routes in isolation, your quarterback needs to have a lot of trust in you and a lot of faith in you, right? Sometimes I don't look open. Throw the football.
McMillan coming off the best rookie season by any wide receiver in Panther history.
You got to feel what it was like to play games with everything on the line.
Fucking dreams are made, baby. NFL playoffs, this is your fucking game. Look at this surroundings, bro. This the fucking dream. This ain't never been like this.
It was this feeling that this stadium had its roar back.
Let's go, keep pounding, man.
And they were right there in lockstep with one of the top teams in the NFC.
I remember the pass that Bryce Young threw to Jalen Coker in the second half. And again, that feeling comes back of, wow, is this gonna happen?
Here's the snap, Bryce looking left, throws, deep left corner of the end zone! Jalen Coker hauls it in for a touchdown! And the Panthers have the lead with 2:39 to go! Bryce magic is real, and Coker has played the game of his life. This Panther team has gotten toe-to-toe with LA. They are 2:39 away from advancing. First down at the 19-yard line. Panthers nursing that 4-point lead. Stafford again in the gun. Takes the snap, throws down the right side, contested, Parkinson makes the catch for a touchdown, and the Rams take a 33-31 lead, and the game is over.
It took a great catch and a great throw by a Hall of Fame player to beat them. But I think we all walked away feeling that the end of the season was not an end point. In many ways, it was the opening chapter to what is ahead for 2026 and certainly 2027.
Guys, this is proof positive right here. It's about belief. It's about believing in what we have right here, okay? Regardless of what happened in the course of the game, early on or whatever, we just kept battling because that's who we are. That's our identity, okay? Now we know we got some plays that we would love to have back, but listen to me, man. This season was about straight up grit and belief and playing together. You guys talk about family, you break down on family all the time. This is what family looks like. You just keep battling the whole way. I'm so proud to be a part of this group, guys. I'm sick that it's over. I'm sick we can't go do it one more week. That's all it is for me. I just want to get back to one more Monday, one more Wednesday, and get on the grass with you guys. How fun was this last week? Playing for everything right in front of us, guys. We don't ever have to feel this again. We don't ever have to leave it up to other people. We don't have to put it in other people's hands if we handle our business, guys. This is an amazing opportunity for us. I'm sick we didn't get it done, but I'm proud as hell to be your coach. I'm proud of what we've accomplished together.
Every one of those teams goes into the offseason thinking, this division is ours for the taking.
It is a very big crossroads for Canales and Morgan.
They're just going to be on a mission to upgrade that roster, continue the ascension that they've begun.
You know, are we going to be ground and pound, control the clock, rely on this defense? Are we going to start airing it out more now that we got this great young receiver? I do not know the answer to that. Internally, they know the blueprint.
I think you go into next year and you have to take the Panthers seriously.
Our expectations start to shift.
But by no means did you get the sense that anyone there is satisfied.
There is a new standard.
Excellent, excellent video. Excellent. And you know, what this is going to do is it's going to piss this team off. Because now that they've seen that they can do this, now that they've seen they can match up blow for blow against teams like this, against the top teams in the league. We went blow for blow against Kansas City. We went blow for blow against the Philadelphia Eagles 2 years ago. We went blow for blow against the Rams and won in regular season this time. We went blow for blow against them again and almost won again in the wild card round. We beat the Dallas Cowboys. We beat the Green Bay Packers. These are powerful teams. Strong, powerful teams. And the fact that we matched up against these teams and won some of these games this year, that shows us we can do this. And we can continue to do this on this level. Once we finish building this thing, we will be able to do this on a consistent basis. You will see this type of games every week. Every week. You'll see this level of skill, determination, grit, discipline, everything that they put in against the Rams. We gave them everything in the kitchen sink during that wild card game. And like the man said, it took a Pro Bowl type pass, to beat us. If we can play like that every single week, there's no reason why we can't control this division with an iron fist. There's zero reason. And that's with a tough schedule. We still got a little bit of work to do. This offseason is going to be the key. To whether we could do this on a consistent basis or whether we fall off the tracks and start going backwards. We have to get this right. Every single draft pick we choose, every single free agent we choose, affects us 3 to 5 years down the road. Up to 3 to 5 years down the road. But the impact is felt this year. This coming year. So, this team is no stranger to adversity. We rise up and we battle against adversity as a Panthers team. So my question is, with a tougher schedule, with a more decked out roster, with more excellent draft picks, with more excellent free agents, Can we do it? Can we rise up to that challenge? Can we rise up and be that Panthers team that we were this year again? I think so, yes. I feel very optimistic after that wild card game against the Rams and the fact we already beat them once. I'm feeling very optimistic about that. Plus, a couple of these playoff teams might drop off the table that are on our schedule. As far as who they give up, what they're going to do this offseason, we may have a softer schedule than we think we do coming into this. We'll see. It depends on their moves. And it depends on our pickups, and our draft picks. So, with that in mind, as long as we keep to that same identity, we keep to that same mindset, we use that playoff game as fuel. And I'll go back to I have a good example of what I want to use as kind of a paragon to this. I was trying to choose the right word. I think paragon might be the right word. I don't know. But when Dabo first took over Clemson, they battled West Virginia in a bowl game. And they got beat 70 to 30 something. And ever since that bowl game, that team was pissed off. They were hungry. And they said, we're never going to feel that again. Dave Canales just said in that locker room, we never want to feel that again. Could that be our West Virginia? That wild card game right there, could that be our West Virginia game? What do y'all think? Could that be the one where we gave everything we had and it still wasn't enough? That motivated us and pissed us off as a team? We shall see. I feel optimistic it could have been. Because, it's a different level at the NFL. It's a different it's a different scenario, if you will. Because what may seem like a massive blowout in college football, to them mentally and emotionally there, could be like a 3-point loss in a wild card game at the NFL level. You know what I'm saying? So, could that be our West Virginia game? As we try to build this team and keep continuing forward. I'll leave that for you to decide. And I'll leave that for our management and our team to decide. How they want to approach that. So how do they feel after this? Is that what Clemson first felt when they lost to West Virginia? And then they never lost again for 40 straight games. Now, I'm not saying we're not going to lose. We're not going to reach 40 straight games in the NFL. That's not possible. Of wins. But we're going to lose some along the way. But are we ever going to feel like that? The way we felt when we lost in that wild card game? No. Because you know what? That game gave us hope. That game showed us what we can be when we put everything into it that we have. And that is competing against teams that are consistently fighting for a Lombardi trophy. That's 2 years now. There's no coincidence here. We're ascending. And I'm very, very happy as a Panthers fan right now to see the success that we're having. And it starts with family. That's exactly what they said, and I agree. It starts with family. And we as a YouTube family here in Keep Pounding channel are a family. And I'm excited for the growth of this channel as well. As we continue forward, supporting this team and making suggestions going forward. So, okay. I'm going to ask a question here to the chat. Would you like to see me do a mock draft? Or just cut the stream here? Or do press conferences, reactions today? I could do any one of those three that you guys prefer. I want to make the most of your time because I know it's valuable. And so is mine, obviously. So it is your choice what you would like to see me do for the rest of this stream. Or lack of. Because I want to make sure that everybody is satisfied and we are happy with whatever we can get done content-wise. So it's your call, whatever y'all would like. I'm happy with any one of those three. I'm just setting it up just in case we do choose to do that. Let me see what pressers we have available. You know what? I would actually like to see what Dan Morgan says about Devin Lloyd. This would be interesting to me. Let's do this one.
So Dan, another position defensively that we talked about this in the offseason.
Okay, Thomas
that
Davis
was
is breaking down with him.
Huge position of need.
Yep.
And as a former linebacker, both of us sitting here, former linebackers, we understand the importance of the position.
Yep.
And this move right here in bringing Devin Lloyd to this team shows me that you truly identified and understood the importance of this position because he was arguably the #1 linebacker on the board. So when you watch this film and you break this down and you're making the decision, why Devin Lloyd?
So it's another guy, not only can he play the run, but he's good in coverage, and he's also a really good blitzer. So in terms of paying him the amount of money that we paid him, you don't want to just pay a one-dimensional guy. This guy, he's not going to leave the field. He's going to be able to blitz and disrupt the quarterback. You're going to be able to drop him in the zone coverage. He's going to be able to take away passing lanes. He's instinctual. He brings a lot to the table. And not only that, he's going to be the green dot guy for us.
Yeah.
So he's going to run the defense. He's going to lead the defense. I feel like we kind of missed that a little bit, here in the past couple of years. So to get this quality of linebacker, it was huge for us.
Man. So as we get ready to watch Devin Lloyd, I think one of the things when you think about adding a guy to this team, we had 2 guys on the outside that had 5 interceptions. And now we add another guy in the middle that has 5 interceptions. It's going to make it extremely difficult for teams to pick where they want to go with the football. And Devin Lloyd, I feel like, is one of those guys that he's not just a linebacker that makes a ton of tackles. Like you just talked about, he's a complete player. He can do it all. And that's what we become so accustomed to in Carolina, linebackers that are more
100%.
than just tacklers. They are able to get after the quarterback. They're able to take the football away. So we're going to jump right into this film right now and show you guys exactly what Devin Lloyd brings to the table. And ironically enough, the first play is something that he specializes in. What do you see on this play right here with him, Dan?
Yeah, so.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is he's already reading what this wide receiver is doing. And he's already jumping in front of it. Yeah, you have a guy in coverage against him. But that guy in coverage needs help. So here's Devin Lloyd. He sees the pass going this direction.
I think, you know,
boom,
zone drop right here. They're in cover 3, it looks like.
Yeah.
Cover 3.
From the 3 deep. Yep.
So he's, you know, reading the quarterback's eyes. Again, like a guy with height, a guy with length can take.
Look at those arms, man. Look at the arm length.
Height, a guy with.
Look at that lateral ability. Good Lord. And that's why they measure that at the combine, is because they want to see how high you can jump, how high you can hit that stick. There's a perfect example of why that's important. Even just as for linebackers and people in coverage.
Length can take away passing lanes, make big plays. As we know, these aren't easy as a linebacker. So, you know, to have that athleticism, to drop into coverage, take away passing lanes, is going to be big for us.
Absolutely. And a lot of
we were looking for a coverage linebacker too, because we have been severely lacking in coverage linebackers. We've had run stoppers, you know. We thought, okay, 3-4 defense, that's the reason we didn't have a coverage linebacker. Not necessarily. You can have a guy that can play 3-4 and be a coverage guy, and that's Devin Lloyd.
Sometimes you see linebackers get in this position, have this same ability or opportunity to finish this play, and they knock it down.
Yeah, yep.
But to see him get his hands up, get his eyes on the quarterback, get in position, read and react, that tells me a lot about this player, man.
For sure.
This play right here was freaking crazy.
Yeah.
This shows you the awareness and the ability that he has to be able to make a decision on the fly, but also his playmaking ability, right?
Yeah, and he's got a little running back to
Yeah,
him
man,
right here
this
with the ball
playmaking
in his
ability.
hands,
To
too.
take this 99 yards, that's not something that's easily done. I know I've never had the opportunity to do it. Dan, what about you?
No, I'd be tired right here. I don't know. I might have to sit out that next series. But, yeah, to your point, like, to get as many playmakers on our defense as you can and adding these two guys along with Phillips, it's going to be huge for us. You know, we got to have playmakers out on the field if we want to get to where we want to go.
Definitely. For sure. Guys that can go and really disrupt the game at any point, because a lot of teams, when they get down here in this red area, in particular inside the 10-yard line, you almost feel like you're going to come away with points as an offense. And to be able to go out and set the tone in this way, to take the football away, because it's the mindset of a defensive player in this situation is always field goals or takeaways. You try to hold
game-changing plays,
you
man.
got to hold teams to that. And for him to be able to go out and make a play like that, it shows me that this is our guy that we needed in this position.
For sure.
Yeah. Right here. We just watched him over and over be able to intercept the football. But now, what are you seeing on this play? What did this tell you?
Yeah, I think right here, obviously, like,
He even got bumped and he still
no linebacker's perfect, and, you know, good read by him. Obviously, didn't see the guy until the last second, came underneath, but to like have the balance and the athleticism to stay on his feet right here, even though he's being knocked over by a pretty good tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, again, most guys, they're on their back right there, and that's a big play, but him being so big and physical and athletic, you know, it allows him to stay on his feet and finish right there.
It did, and that's one of the things. And this probably is a play that he will probably go back and watch and say, I should have used my hands.
Yeah, for sure.
That's one of the things. But like you just talked about, it just shows you the athleticism, his ability to be able to stay up after not utilizing his hands the right way and still be able to finish this tackle. Because we see a lot of times where guys get bumped out or knocked off on that particular play, and it turns into a big play for the other team.
And this is the thing you love about him too, you know, just his ability to come downhill and be physical at the point of attack.
Taking on an all-pro offensive guard, staying in there, still being able to make the tackle.
Threw him, by the way.
Yeah, and again, not trading one for one, you know, actually coming downhill,
And still made the tackle.
engaging, getting off the block and finding the ball. Like, again, as you know, like a lot of linebackers, they're not going to do that. They're going to do their job, they're going to turn it back, or they're going to spill it or whatever, but they're actually not going to make the play. So he can do things that you can't teach.
Hey, listen, I love to see it. Downhill, aggressive style of play. Again, downhill and aggressive. You got to do it. As a linebacker, we talked about him using his hands. You can see it on this particular play, utilizing his hand. You talk about his length. You talk about how tall he was, how long his arms are. Utilize those things that God has given you to be able to play this game. And whenever you see a player go out and put that on display, at his age, man, another great pick, man. Good job.
Appreciate it, man.
But a lot of people, so when you get ready to break down a contract, right? Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
A lot of people had him in the range of 20 to 22 per year. And you guys were able to go in and negotiate his deal at a great rate for both sides. What goes into that process? Like, and I'm pretty sure Devin had the opportunity to make a decision on where he wanted to go, because I'm sure a lot of teams wanted him with the kind of ability that he has. What does that say for what you guys were able to do when you talk about from a contract standpoint?
Yeah, I mean,
excellent questions, TD, and he's exactly right. This guy is different, man. This guy is different. Like, we got a baller on our hands, y'all. We got a baller. I'm so hyped for this signing right here. Like, I'm ready to watch this dude play right now. I could watch this dude suit up and run drills right now. Dude, Devin Lloyd's a special player. I've been watching this dude for quite a while in Jacksonville, so I know what he could do. And like, when we got our opportunity to bring him here, I was like, dude, you got to do it. You got to get him here, because that's just a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. With the skills he has and the money that we had available, no-brainer. Get him here, you know? The moment we sign him, oh my God. Dude, I was going nuts. I was like, let's go. Because we just got a dog on this defense, y'all. In this linebacking core again. For the first time since TD and Luke, we got a dog in this linebacking core. I'm ready to see this dude play, man. Oh, man. I can't wait to see him in a Panthers uniform. I can't wait. I cannot wait, dude.
He had other options, and he chose to come here. That tells you a lot about his...
He chose to come here. Bro, how many other offers did he get and he chose us? He chose us. That shows you he sees what we're building here. He sees the culture here. He sees all of this. And he says, I want in. I see a chance for success. I see a chance for money. I see a chance for a possible ring. Devin Lloyd would not jump at just any opportunity. It's got to be a competitive team. It's got to be a very aggressive team. It's got to be a team that can compete at a high level against the top teams in the NFL in order for him to come here. Dude could have chosen Philadelphia. He could have chosen Baltimore. He could have chosen any one of these teams, but he chose us. That says a ton about us right there. I'm so excited, dude. I'm ready.
His awareness of, like, first of all, the opportunity to come in here and be a green dot player. And for us, he was our top linebacker on the board in free agency. And, you know, there was a point where I didn't think we were going to be able to close the deal and get it done with him. But, you know, I think it's about relationships and, you know, staying in communication with the agent, which we did throughout the process. And we were excited. We were excited as hell because we weren't so sure that it was actually going to happen. So to have him in a Carolina Panther uniform right now,
it's great.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So let's talk about this play right here. Go back real. So
what? Wow. Look at the speed on this dude.
You talked about his ability to blitz and get out the quarterback. We know how athletic Josh Allen is, and we see Josh Allen in this situation run away from a lot of guys.
For sure.
So
that's Josh Allen, and he chased him down from all the way over there. Good Lord.
What this tells me in watching this play is he is really good at blitzing, but he has relentless effort of getting to the ball carrier, because now a lot of guys you see just stop on that play, especially with Josh Allen running the football, thinking that they can't catch him. He has a ton of belief in his ability, and he is all out for the team, man. And I love to see guys make this kind of effort to get to the ball carrier.
And once you get to know the guy too, it makes a lot of sense now. But this guy's like committed to being a great player, which is another reason why he was a target for us.
Love that. Unselfish. Unselfish.
You see that shift
a lot of
right
people
before
wouldn't
the ball
understand what's happening on this play, but he's involved in a line game with the defensive end, right? So he's going. His job on this play was to pick the tackle. Great job, selling it, making the running back thinking that he's coming to him last minute, picking the tackle.
Having the size, right, and the physicality to actually knock a tackle off balance as well.
Yeah.
You know, again, a lot of linebackers, they can't do that.
Contact balance. Being taking that guy on, staying up, and finishing. Love to see it. So Dan, on this play right here, we get to see him on a fast-flowing play outside. He's scraping, being patient, and getting to the ball carrier. What are you seeing on this play from him?
Yeah, so I think the number one thing you see from him right here is his ability, first of all, to diagnose. He knows the play that's coming. He's staying square just in case maybe the running back cuts it back. And then as soon as he knows, hey, that running back's going outside, he has the speed to chase him down and make the play. So the speed and the range is huge with this guy against the run.
But watch this launch point right here. I want you to freeze this right here. Watch how much ground he takes up once he makes this decision. I see him, I'm locked in. Watch how much ground he covered once he launches.
He's hunting right here.
Now let it play. Look at that.
Yeah.
You don't see that a lot.
No.
You don't get the opportunity to see that from a lot of guys. So I absolutely love watching that on film.
I mean, you see how fast the
TD was the last person that was able to do that for us at the linebacker position.
Reed is here too, like tracking the ball carrier, staying inside out, staying on that hip. I mean, it's textbook.
Yeah, love to see it. The sky is really the limit for this defense. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to be able to do in the draft and how you're going to close out free agency. So, man, we definitely appreciate you taking the time to sit with us and kind of share with our fan base, what goes into the mindset of being able to make these decisions. I mean, I know a lot of our fan base are extremely excited about the moves that we've made so far. I mean, and we didn't even talk about some of the other guys that we were able to bring in as well. So a lot of added value to this football team. So Dan, we appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Excellent video with the film breakdown. I want to see more of these. I love that they're doing this right here. For certain players, and they're doing just the right amount of these videos, to show us what's in the mind of Dan Morgan when he chooses these players. What is he seeing? What is he thinking when he chooses these players? And I love this. You know, this is positive content right here. We do have some other stuff to do as well as far as videos. And of course, there was the Brant Tillis press conference as well. I didn't really see any reason to cover the Brant Tillis press conference, to be honest. There wasn't anything exciting in there that really warranted us taking the time on it. It was just the same basic questions, you know. And we really didn't learn that much, other than just the fact that Icky and I forget which other player it was, Brooks, that there's no timetable for their healing process right now, so nothing really to learn there, in my opinion. You know, Tillis is kind of doing his thing, and I'm super excited, you know, to see the progress he's making as well. And I'm so thankful to still have him here in Carolina, as I know many of you are. As you know, the Falcons tried to poach him. They tried to get him, but we retained him. He stayed with us, you know, so we could breathe a little easier knowing he's still here, you know, helping us out with the money. It was scary for a minute, man. It was scary for a minute. But I'm glad we have him. Let's see. Beyond that, what other stuff do we want? Want to cover? I would like to break down the Luke video real quick. We'll just do that one real quick, and we'll call it a stream after that, I think. Unless we want to do a mock.
So you guys are just like Steve.
We'll do it. You know what? We'll do a mock. And then we'll call it a stream. I do want to kind of dip my toes in the water with mock drafts. But
Cade Mays was able to go and secure himself the bag. He got the bag.
Yep.
That's what you play for, man. You want to go out, you want to play well enough that your own team can either resign you, and if they're not able to, that somebody else will take advantage of signing you. And shout out to Cade. But we had the opportunity to sign Luke Fortner, a guy that we played against a couple times a year, coming from the New Orleans Saints. What did you identify in Luke Fortner that made you feel like he can be a guy that can come in and play for us right away? One of the things that I've learned about him, though, is that he's very smart.
Super smart.
Super smart. 3 degrees, something that, you know.
Like aerospace engineering or something like that.
Why is that important for a center to be smart?
Well, I mean, the center, as you know, runs the show, right? So, like, for him to be out there and understand the protections and understand what the defense is doing, I mean, that's invaluable. So to have a guy that smart and also have the athleticism and understanding of angles and ability to climb to the second level, that's what attracted us to him.
Does that help?
that's very interesting. I didn't know that about him. I learned something new today.
Bryce in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it takes a little bit off Bryce's plate, where you have a guy that can identify, set the protections, and really you can take that off Bryce's plate if you want to. Now, Bryce likes to have that and be in control, but at the same time, if we needed him to do that, if an injury occurred or something like that, this is a guy that can run the show.
All right, so let's identify what he does on the field. We talked about how smart he is. Let's see some of his athleticism.
He's a tough dude. You know, when you meet him, he's a great guy, really good culture guy, really good locker room guy. But he's really good. He's technical. He's good with his angles. He just knows how to play the position.
He got some nastiness to him too, though, if you watch the finish on the end of this one.
He does.
Okay. Does his job and finishes. That's what you want out of an offensive lineman, a guy that's going to finish.
These are the type of guys that we all hated. You know, is he like the biggest guy? No, but he's tough, takes good angles, he knows how to get in position.
Annoying as hell. Those are the guys you're talking
Especially
about.
for like us type of linebackers that are fast flow type guys,
Exactly.
and all of a sudden they get up to you. You have a decision to make. Do you go over top or do you slip them underneath? You know. But again, right here, like, is he knocking people off the ball? No, but he's good with angles. He's good with his hands.
He's doing his job. He's creating the lane for the running back, and that's what we need. Consistent play out of the center. That's going to be every single play doing his job the right way every single time. And you bring a guy in that can do that, you can have confidence, and other guys alongside of him can have confidence that, hey, he's going to be where he needs to be. He's going to be 1/11th of this offense.
Again, right here, you see just like the angles and how flat he gets, and like to cut a fast flow linebacker off. I mean, look at the lane it creates. You know, and next thing you know, it's 6, 7, 8 yards downfield.
And that's Deion Jones too. So we know how fast he is. We got to play against him. He played for us, and now he's playing for Tampa Bay. So we know that this guy is fast. So to see him be able to climb up to him and seal him off, I love to see it.
And and then the one thing sometimes that goes unnoticed too is like how accurate his snaps are too. Like some centers, they're not as accurate with their snaps, and it kind of, it can throw the timing of plays off. So this guy's really good with his snaps and just kind of running the show out there.
We saw a few high snaps last year, so got to be consistent. That's the biggest key. Like, if you're gonna be consistent, and you know as a quarterback what to expect, you know what you're gonna get. The guys, like I said, next to you know what you're gonna bring to the table. You love having those kind of players. I see the athleticism on pulls and screens. What kind of impact does he have in those particular plays? And we know the Saints love to run screens.
Yeah, and hopefully that's something that we get better at as a team, especially having a more athletic center, a guy that can get out in space and execute a block in space.
So our screens are going to get better with his blocking on the outside there. In particular with that type of play right there. He's out there, he's ready to go. As soon as that ball is in the hands of the running back or the wide receiver, boom. Get the block. Set the block. I like that. I like that we're adding that to this offense. That's a great signing, Dan.
Versus a linebacker that's a moving target.
That's a great signing.
Again, it's not easy, and he can make it look easy sometimes.
Doesn't have to be a huge blow up. Sometimes all you need to do is just get in the way where the guy can't make the play.
Exactly.
That's what he does.
Again, just another example of just like initial quickness, good angles,
doing
good
his job.
Use of hands,
and staying connected.
All right. Just knows how to play.
And finishing downfield. How many yards downfield was that? 10.
10, 15 yards. Yeah.
So, you love to see that. Guys committed to taking. Look, he's like, you gonna run all the way downfield with me. So I would say, all in all, man, you guys did a phenomenal job. Love the new pieces. And then if you factor in this free agency along with, it's almost like we got another free agent piece when we get Pat Jones back, who we lost for most of the season last year as well. So,
we got a lot of versatility up front.
Yeah, man, the sky is really the limit for this defense. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to be able to do in the draft and how you're going to close out free agency. So, man, we definitely appreciate you taking the time to sit with us and kind of share with our fan base, what goes into the mindset of being able to make these decisions. I mean, I know a lot of our fan base are extremely excited about the moves that we've made so far. I mean, and we didn't even talk about some of the other guys that we were able to bring in as well. So a lot of added value to this football team. So Dan, we appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, so we are getting inside the head of Dan Morgan right now and Thomas Davis, and I love it. You know, just picking apart their brains, you know, on these moves, and excellent videos. There is a Rasheed Walker one. I'm not going to do that one today, but I would like to look at that one at some point down the road. You know what, we'll do that one today. That'll be the last one.
Big news, America! We'll go be.
Let's do this last one and we'll call it a stream. All right.
Icky, late in the season, went down with an injury. So instantly, one of our biggest strengths of our football team, the offensive line, became an area of need, a position of need, and you went out and you signed Rasheed Walker. What about Rasheed Walker? And we had the opportunity to play against him last year, but what about him as you look at your free agency board? Did you identify in him, what does he bring to the table?
So he was one of the top tackles, you know, in free agency, and honestly, I didn't think there was a shot in hell that we were ever going to be able to get him. But again, it's about our pro staff did such a good job of staying in contact with the agent, and like he, you know, his market kind of fell out a little bit, which at times, like, you know, that's why you have to stay in it, because you know there's unexpected things that happen, and when he showed interest in us and coming here and us potentially getting on a one-year deal, he knew the opportunity was really good for him to come in. He knew Icky was hurt, so we capitalized on it. He's big, he's long, he's good in pass protection. Some of the run game stuff he has to improve. He knows that too. But this is like a big, long, athletic guy. These guys are hard to find, as we all know. I mean, these guys, they don't grow on trees, and for us to get him on a one-year deal, given our situation, I mean, it's huge for us.
Perfect. I mean, show us exactly what he brings to the table, though. Let our fan base see what he's capable of doing. Everybody loves this play right here.
Yeah, so he's a tough dude now. He's rough around.
Whoa, hold up now. Let me see that again. Oh my God.
Let our fan base see what he's capable of doing. Everybody loves.
God, he just did that with one hand? Good Lord.
This play right here.
Yeah, so he's a tough dude now.
Okay,
he's rough around the edges. There's no nonsense to this guy. As you see right here, like he's just a physical dude. He's confident, which is what you need out of left tackle. You're going against some of the best edge rushers on a week-to-week basis, and this guy has experience, and he's tough. He's big and he's long, so he brings a lot to the table.
So a lot of times you see guys that are really big. A lot of times, and we've played against guys like this.
Walking too.
They don't play like they look.
Right.
Like they're not as physical as they look, but you're telling me that this guy plays the game based on his size and athleticism. Like he gets after it, right?
Yeah, he'll get after it now. And again, like I said, there's some things, does he have to improve in the run game? Yeah, like some of the sustain and the finish. But nobody's, a finished product, and he's still a young guy. He's 26 years old.
But that's why he signed with us, so we can help him get better.
Yeah,
so we understand.
And we have some of the best line coaches in the league, in my opinion. So I think he's going to come here, again, a guy that's played a lot of football against a lot of high-level competition and big games and has performed really well. So it was a huge get for us and an unexpected one.
Definitely. So as we watch him on this, you get to see the athleticism, right? You get to see a guy do his job at the line of scrimmage, but still be able to climb up to the next level, get hands on linebacker. That's when you see those explosive plays coming from your running backs.
For sure. Even here, like pulling out on the perimeter, you know, he makes it look easy right here. And, you know, that's not easy for a 300-plus pound guy to get out on the perimeter and execute a block on a more athletic DB or linebacker. And, you know, he shows he can do it right here.
Yep, you get to see the athleticism. Stand and finishing.
Yeah, finishing.
That's what I love about that play. Seeing this dude finish, not just letting the guy stay up, be able to still get involved in the tackle.
Setting the tone.
Yeah.
Thing that's great about him is like the way he gets out of his stance and, you know, technique-wise, he's got the length. You know, you see him using his hands right here.
Yep.
You know, again, like there's some of the things he has to clean up in terms of finish, but all the tools are there, and, you know, I'd be shocked if he didn't get better.
If you go back real quick, one of the things that I love on this play, you don't see him overextend. A lot of times in that position, you see guys get disconnected once the defender make their second move.
Yep.
But he stays connected because he's being patient on this particular play.
Yeah.
He never.
Very interesting take, TD, and he's right.
He never seems like he's playing in a hurry, right, on this play.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say never, but on this play, he doesn't seem like he's playing in a hurry. He's being patient. He understands that this is a longer developing route downfield for his receivers. Yeah. So understanding, I can't just overreact to what's being shown.
Right.
So I love the patience from him on this play.
Yeah, and for a big man like that, to have the feet and the athleticism to mirror the guy and stay in front of him and use his hands, again, like, it's hard finding these big athletic left tackles.
Yes.
You did it, though.
Appreciate it.
Love to see it.
It's another example.
Another example of him being patient. Watch the late hands.
Using his length, upfield hand, shocking, and then just staying active.
Yeah, one of the things the defenders is waiting on for him to put those hands out so he can slap them down, and he just continued to stay patient.
Yeah, and this is an athletic edge rusher right here. You know, he knows what he's going up against.
Absolutely.
So you got to stay patient against those guys. Take good angles coming out of your set, and all the tools are there for him to just like keep growing and turn into a really good one.
I love to see two different teams playing with both of our players on those teams. That's crazy. You got to scout both guys on this particular play. How many times did you get to watch them go against each other?
You know what? Yeah, they went against each other a few times. Again, they both held their own at different points. So
love it. And again, man, you know, we just love to see when you go out and you find these gems for us.
Man. All right. Okay. Jalen Phillips. Yep. I missed the Jalen Phillips one. Let's do the Jalen Phillips.
All right, so for a lot of our fans that haven't had the opportunity to watch Jalen Phillips, and you're wondering why this guy is getting paid so much money, we're going to jump right into this film, and we're going to show you exactly why, because he brings so many different elements to the game. He has speed, he has power, he has finishing moves, he has the ability to go out and completely wreck a game. Over 70-plus pressures on the quarterback really speaks to what he brings to the table. So we're going to jump right into this film, Dan. Let's do it.
And he can rush outside, he can rush inside. You know, he has all those things. Here's an example of him on a guard on the inside, utilizing his length and power to disrupt the passer. So,
and ironically enough, against the Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. Adding this type of frame that is so versatile that he can play outside linebacker. You can put him inside on third down. You can do different things with him. He's just going to bring a ton to our defense.
Yes.
Interesting.
Now you see him out here on the edge. Again, showing that versatility.
Yeah. And he's still young. You know, he's still a guy that's young, and he is still developing in terms of pass rush arsenal. So I think, you know, we haven't seen the best Jaelan Phillips, which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Because he's already a really good player.
Love to see it. This is arguably one of the best tackles in the league that he's going against, for those of you guys out there watching. And
wow. He just
look
right
how
by him.
easily he beat him on this play.
Yeah. Hand timing off the edge, you know, things
That's crazy.
you can't teach, right? Like, you can work on it, but you actually got to go out there against, like you said, one of the best right tackles in the league, and Duke can play.
Watch the footwork here.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
And you saw a bull rush. You saw him working his hands.
Dang.
And then right here, you see the speed, you see the hand movement, all of the things that we
This
just
dude
talked
is
about.
different.
You get to pull up the film and watch it in real life. And Jaelan Phillips has all of those tools in his bag.
Yeah, and he just, I mean, the relentless motor to the ball, and like you see here, just making plays up and down the line of scrimmage, showing off his athleticism, and, you know, he just has, he has a lot, and he brings a lot to the table for
Good
us.
speed.
What did you see out of Jaelan on this play?
To me, this is film study, and it's also just kind of knowing your opponents, and, you know, you could tell right here, like, he knew what was coming. So his
what about
ability
this get
to,
off too?
Yeah, just like anticipating the snap, getting off the ball, knifing off the backside, flattening out down the line of scrimmage, and finishing.
Yep.
You know, it's another impact play to where you put a team at a disadvantage, 1-2 yard loss, and then all of a sudden you're behind the sticks.
I don't think too many teams are going to try to block him with a tight end from outside.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
Not a good idea.
And we're going to ask him to do a lot of this. So, like, you see him get off the ball, hat in hands.
Yep.
You know, setting the edge. We're big about setting the edge here. Setting the edge, and not only setting the edge, but timing up, getting off the block, and making the play.
And you talked about this, not trading one for one.
Yeah.
That's something that you never want to see a guy do. I feel like Jaelan Phillips does this consistently, being able to get off the block and finish on plays. Is that one of the things that you saw out of him as a strength?
Yeah. I mean, I think his run defense, I think, is very underrated. You know, to be that big of a guy, like, you would expect him to set the edge and make these type of plays, and he does. So he's going to bring a lot to our defense, not just from a pass rushing standpoint, but on first and second down versus teams that are trying to pound the ball. He's going to be able to make an impact versus the run as well.
In your decision to sign him, did you make any phone calls down to Miami, Florida, and ask any of your guys about him?
Absolutely.
What is some of the information they told you about him when he was a college kid?
They same stuff you see on tape. It matched up with what everybody told me. Is this guy, not just on game day, but during the week, he's full throttle. Like, him and Nick Scorton sound almost exactly alike in terms of guys that it's just like, it doesn't matter if it's a Wednesday practice, Thursday, Friday.
They just love ball.
They love ball, and they just play so hard.
Talk about his, speaking of playing hard, talk about his ability to fight through this hold on this play right here.
Yeah, I mean,
he could have easily threw his hands up to the ref and like he held me, which we see guys do a lot of times.
Yep.
But he understood, I got to get to the quarterback still, even after being held. I got to make sure that I make this play just in case they don't call it.
Yeah, I mean, look at, for being as big as he is and to have the body quickness and the twitch, first of all, to cross his face right here
and to be able
penetrate,
to still bend and finish,
and then stay on his feet and redirect down the line of scrimmage. Like,
and that's Travis Etienne. He's stopping too, by the way. That's a very dangerous running back.
Again, like, he's an athlete. You know, you can't teach that.
This is another thing that I love right here, because you see the discipline. Because a lot of players in this, you know, the quarterback is reading the end man on the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
So he's reading them. So he slow played it and still was able to do his job, taking the quarterback away and get down the line. So that just shows me one, that he's a disciplined player.
Yep.
Two, he has the speed and athleticism to be able to recover and make a play like that. So, I mean,
Yeah, he can do a lot.
Hey, man,
you
you
know?
made a great decision.
Yeah, I mean, again, like him
Spying
being
the
able to do a
quarterback.
lot of stuff, you know.
And we know how athletic Mr. Love is, and he.
And if you look at our
right in.
schedule too, we play against a lot of athletic quarterbacks this year.
Gotta
so
have
you got to have athletes out on the field, and this is just another athlete.
That last play, very impressive on Jordan Love. You know, spying him and just making sure he doesn't get out of the pocket. Very impressive. I like this dude. You know, Jordan Love could easily beat you and shake and bake you, but, you know, Jalen Phillips was like, nah, I'm not going to let you do that to me. So, very impressive. I like it. So yeah, that is that's the reactions for today. We could still do a mock if you guys want. I don't want to take up too much of your time though, since we're going to be doing mock drafts all April anyway. But that's the last one I want to react to today. We still have a few more to react to, but I'll spread those out throughout the month. The next month. Let me see. We have a Dan Morgan one to press conference there. We could do the introductory press conferences too later on during the month. We could, if you guys want us to. But if you want me to. But right now, I do plan on doing the 2015 stories though. That I do plan on reacting to throughout the month of April. And the Legends Roundtable too. So we'll spread that out. In each mock draft, we'll run through one video reaction. That way, like, we'll make it quick and get straight to the work of the mock, you know. But we appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. NFC South champions. There it is. There you go. It's on the YouTube channel. Beautiful. That is a beautiful sight. Beautiful sight. First of many. All right, boys. Let me see what other comments didn't show up in my phone. Doesn't look like there's anything new. Oh. Talking about Zion Young. Good eyes and IQ in the run game. Solid strength of pushing the pocket as a pass rusher. Takes on pullers and unblocked situations. Okay. Great third round pickup. Got you. Alright. I'll do my research on him. I'll watch some film off stream and I'll talk to the team about him and see what everybody thinks about him. And if we like him, we'll add him to the board. If not, then we'll see what everybody thinks. But thank you so much for the suggestion, though, Marcos. We appreciate you. Of course, we'll have many more suggestions coming in as we do mocks, which I welcome any and all suggestions. And if you like a player, you know, coming in the next month as we do mocks, speak your mind. Tell me why you like them. Sell me on them. If you don't like a player, tell me why you don't like him. You know, and well, of course, open it up throughout the month to subscribers and to team chat members and to maybe one guest that I might bring in for mocks, so that we can have everybody get a chance to do this and do their thing with their own mocks. So, you know, so we get an idea of what everybody thinks is what they want to do, and show off your opinions and takes on these players. But I want to say thank you so much for your support. We appreciate you guys. Love the blueprint video. Love the free agency so far. It's been so much fun to watch. And we love everybody that chats here, and even those who just chill out and watch the stream. You know, we appreciate y'all too. You're contributing to the cause, and we appreciate you. You know, and much love, much love. But special shout out to Marcos Cash, to Big Chief 82, to Six Rings, and to Jeffrey Stamper in the chat today, who actually chatted today. Shout out to all the people watching in the VOD. We appreciate y'all. Yeah, that's gonna do it for this stream. I might mix in a game stream coming up early next week, and we'll see what we want to do from there. But hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all of the comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Our Sports app. Keep pounding Facebook League. If you like subs, go check out Monster Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina, for tasty subs on game day or even during the off season. The owner's a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi. And they'll show you some love too with a delicious sub. Go check out Vinny's Pizza out in Duluth, Georgia, for the best pizza in the Southeast, in my opinion. But don't just take my word for it. Go check it out for yourself if you're traveling through the Dirty Bird territory. Shout out to all the YouTubers doing their thing, supporting the cause. Blitzball Champ under our umbrella of streamers, and Bleeding Blue Podcast, Mr. Carolina. Go give him a sub and a like. If you like gaming streams, go check out Blitz. You know, he does gaming streams. He hasn't done many this off season so far, but I think after the draft he'll probably drop in some gaming streams, more likely, on Twitch and YouTube. So, and I'll be doing some as well, heavily in the time in between May and the start of training camp. So be sure, if you enjoy those, hit the bell so you'll know when I go live for those. We are planning a music conversation stream as well, me and Jeremy. So we'll get to that at some point down the line. I'm not sure when that's going to be. We'll both figure that out as we go. But there's a lot of content coming in, so it won't be during April. So it'll probably be in between May and the end of July. So look forward around that time, because I'm going to be focused mainly on mock draft streams and the draft. So Shout out to all the other Panthers YouTubers out there. C3 on 2020, Black Cat Panther Podcast, Pat Coltrane out there actively doing this thing. And special love to Shellytron, man. I hope he's doing well. I know he hasn't been putting out stuff, but special love to him. You know, he's a good dude. I wish I could have met him, you know, while he was still doing content, but we'll see how things shake out. Maybe he'll come back. But haven't heard from him since the hurricane, so I'm just hoping he's doing okay. You know, and he's setting himself back up. But you know, life is what it is, you know, and also there was actually two other things I wanted to do real quick. Well, I still got y'all on here. Hold up. And then I'll end the stream. First of all, let me put it up on the screen real quick. Oh, breaking news: we plan to host guard Chase Besantis from Texas A&M for a top 30 visit. Besantis is 6'5", 315. His arms measured 32 at Pro Day yesterday, helping in concerns of an ideal lack of length. So, just FYI, that's breaking news. I just got that information just now. But that's been in my team chat for quite a bit. I'm trying to find one thing in particular. Here we go. This is it. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you all this, and I'm going to test everybody's eyesight here in the chat. Who all is still active in the chat right now? Put a keep pounding in the chat if you're active right now. Because I want to see how many of y'all get this right in the chat. Just real quick. Nobody active in the chat? Alright. I'll tell you what, we can do this another time then, when people are more active. But also, give me 1 second. I need to bring this piece of news to everyone's attention real quick, because this is important. Did they put it on the main website or no? No, they didn't. Okay. There was a certain player on this team, I forget his name, but I saw the post, and other YouTubers have reacted to this, but his brother passed away, sadly. And I won't speak on how he passed away, but I will say that mental health is a serious thing So we are taking a break from Panthers content for just a second to talk about this, because I've seen my share of mental health stuff myself, and I've actively been a part of dealing with mental issues myself. So I know how it is, man. And I won't speak too much on the mental health situation of this country right now, because that's more so, it's supposed to be human rights, but the country's turned it into politics, and it's just not a political issue whatsoever, and that's what bothers me. But if you or anybody else is dealing with anything like that, please do PM or DM me. They are wide open to have conversations about stuff like that, because I would love to try to be there for you and help out in whatever way I can. Because that's a very important cause to me. Very, very, very important. And it supersedes any content that we put on this channel. Because the most important thing is wellness of everybody in general here. So, not many people know this, but I went through 2 years of depression myself, and situational depression, and it sucked. So, I don't like to talk about those 2 years very much, but, I could definitely identify with people that are dealing with such things as that. And, it's very unfortunate that people choose to go down a certain road because they can't handle it anymore, and I want to show my support and love to anybody that feels that way right now. You are loved. This Panthers family loves you. This Keep Pounding family loves you. You are not alone in dealing with these struggles. You're not alone in dealing with this pain and frustration and whatever you're dealing with. And that's what the Keep Pounding mantra is for. You got to keep pounding through it. Use that as your rock. Use that as your mountain to get through whatever you're getting through. Whatever it might be. Life is beautiful. Life is amazing. And it is what you make it. So make it meaningful to you. Make it meaningful to everybody around you. And recognize that you are loved. No matter what, you are loved. If not by anybody else in this chat, but by me at least. If nobody else feels that way, I do. If nobody around you feels that way, I do. So, and if even just one person fights for that person, I feel like that can make a difference. So, I hope I'm able to make a difference in somebody's life today. If not, then maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next time I stream. This platform is such a gift and an opportunity, to help people. So, whatever I can do, I try to do it, to help people. I do need to take care of my own business, before I can help other people. But, when I can, I do. So, I just need to make sure that people know, that's the kind of heart I have. And that's the kind of heart that of the person's channel that you're following. And that's the heart that has created this community that we are a part of right now. So if you want to be a part of a amazing community like this, and you haven't subscribed yet, please do. show some love, man. Show some love. You know, and we'll share it right back with you, you know? Because that's who we are. So, we appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much. And we'll end it on a positive note. I love this offseason. I love what this team is building up to. I love what we have created as a team. Man, we are on the positive track. We really are. And the more we watch, the more exciting this gets because it's building up to a Lombardi run. So please stay for the ride. Please. It's worth it. And that wild card game this year, that proves it. Stick around. We're just getting started. Alright, guys. If you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming experience. She's looking for new clients. She's awesome to work with and just awesome in general. Go check her out, Lindara Ty. I guess that's it, really. So let's get out of here. As always, you know what to do. You know how we roll. You know how we feel. You know what we see right now. You just keep pounding through whatever you're doing. And stay happy, healthy, and well. We love y'all. And as always,
say it again.
Keep pounding. Peace, y'all. I'm out.